Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conference, Regenerative Tourism, Building a Healthy Tourism in the Nordics. The conference is arranged by NORA, the North Atlantic Cooperation and Visit Faroe Islands, with contributions from NATA and the Nordic Council of Ministers. I want to wish you all who have traveled far to be here very welcome to the Faroe Islands. I hope it wasn't too much of a bumpy ride yesterday when you came. I hope you had a pleasant journey, and I hope you will enjoy your stay while you're here. Og ikke minne hjertelig velkommen til alle som ur Føroyum som her. Vi får altså å ta seg engelsk til seg både diene. We will be speaking English. The conference is being streamed, and I think you can, I trust Susanna, that you could find it on the Facebook page, Nora's Facebook page, if you want to tip your colleagues or friends somewhere else. I'm pleased to see that so many people show interest in this important topic, and before we dig into this very interesting program, I will give the floor to Guri Højgaard, the Director of Visit Faroe Islands, for her opening address. Just vel, Guri.
Good morning, everyone. You're so lenge som helt godt hende. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Faroe Islands and this first Nordic Regenerative Tourism Conference. A special welcome to those of you who have traveled far to be here today and who have prioritized to participate despite travel challenges, COVID restrictions, and several tests on the way. All in all, we have contributors from 10 different countries, even as far as from Newfoundland. It is such a joy to finally be able to be in the same room with people we have been forced to communicate with through Zoom and Teams for the past many months. Nothing beats the feeling of being together when we are discussing issues of mutual interest. This conference was initiated by NORA and focusing on the NORA countries, Greenland, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Western Norway. But we wanted to widen it to cover all of the Nordic countries and are happy to have you all here today. Actually, I met with all the Nordic tourism directors last night. They're all here today, and you will surely meet them all, and we will actually continue our dialogue today. And somehow it feels like a new beginning because there are so many new faces, even on the tourist boards. The Nordic Council of Ministers 2030 vision is that the Nordic region will become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. We as countries and tourism destinations in this region have a unique opportunity to be world champions in sustainable tourism, if we want to, and if we decided to work together on this goal. A few years ago, you could not log on to a news portal without reading stories about citizens in Amsterdam, Venezia, or Barcelona who felt like they were hostages in their own communities. Fast forward to 2021, and a year and a half with hardly any travel, and a tourism industry on its knees. This involuntary break has given us the opportunity to evaluate what kind of tourism we want for the future, for our destinations, communities, and people. Most of the Nordic countries do not have over-tourism as such, but some areas experience large numbers of tourists in certain places and during certain periods of time. But it's still recommended to embrace this opportunity to rethink tourism for the Nordic area, and in particular the rural parts of the Nordic countries. The goal should be to enable rural destinations in the Nordic to create flourishing and resilient places to visit, meet, and live in, to make the destinations thrive and society and nature to regenerate. In a time when the tourism industry is bleeding and the only hope seems to be growth and volumes, how can we keep a focus on regenerative tourism post-COVID and reconstruct tourism to leave a more positive impact on local communities. Regenerative tourism, building a healthy tourism in the Nordics, will address the challenges facing the tourism industry in the Nordic region, today and post-pandemic. Emphasis will be on how to build back better, while aiming for a high degree of local economic revenue and environmental and social sustainability. When we first started planning the conference, we wanted it to be a combination of both inspirational talks from prominent voices in tourism and specific, more hands-on examples from tourism providers in the Nordics. We are looking forward to 2 days of presentations, discussions, networking, challenging each other, with the aim to find the best solutions for tourism in our destinations and communities. A region that is good for its citizens is a good region to visit. Therefore, the core of tourism development should evolve around creating nourishing local communities. Despite increased Nordic tourism cooperation, there is no single tourism event focusing on common sustainable development goals, knowledge sharing of best practices, and addressing regional challenges. An event such as this would allow the stakeholders of the Nordic region to meet in a formal and continuous manner to share status on current projects and set common goals for the benefit of the entire region. Well, this is the first one, and let's see if we could continue on this road. This conference is, just as Elin mentioned, made possible by NORA, NATA, the Tourism and Travel Organization of the North Atlantic, Nordic Council of Ministers, and finally of Visit Faroe Islands. Thank you all for the contribution. Finally, I would like to wish you all an insightful conference that will give food for thoughts and great ideas on how we all can build back better. Thank you.
Thank you, Guri Højgaard. Today's first keynote speaker has 48 years of experience in tourism. That's a lot. She's the founder of Conscious Travel. She's been an independent consultant, strategist, and international speaker. She is now acclaimed thought leader in the emerging field of regenerative tourism. And here she is with us with the dramatic title of today's first speech, Regenerative Tourism, Triumph or Tragedy. Anna Pollak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, 48 years, long time. I'll hang around for another 2 and we'll have a big party on the Faroe Islands. Yes, I'm your first speaker and a woman, so I exercised my prerogative and changed the title. Because I really do think the issue today is one of health. It takes me a while to figure out where I am, and the question I've posed that we should consider at the beginning is, where are we? It was wonderful this morning to pull back the curtains and realize we're right on the edge of town. We hadn't seen it last night. But my question, where are you, is more metaphorical. It's like, where are we in time, not necessarily in space? It's delightful to be here, but where are we in time? And I believe that we're living at the most exciting period in history. Everyone is, regardless of what your spiritual beliefs are, I think we're all here on the planet right now to do a job. And that's helped us move from one way of seeing and being on the planet together with the rest of life to another one that is literally going to guarantee our health, a healthy planet, healthy communities, healthy individuals. So I think we're right where that arrow from the left is pointing. We're seeing an old way of being and seeing on the planet, which has dominated our thinking, our thought patterns for well over 300 years, That is now dying. It's proving that it was really handy and useful. It's generated all of the wealth and the knowledge and technology that we're going to need to make this shift, but it is dying. And a new one is literally being born. And our job actually is to help that process. You're all midwives, you could argue. Some would say you're hospice workers, depending on your attitude, okay? All right, so this is heavy stuff. And this initial talk will be, I'm trying to cover some really heavy material as lightly as I can. We had such a wonderful evening last night. I think our brains are just kicking in. So we've been here at this point before, so I thought it would be useful to just mention that Charles Dickens, the great writer, captured this when he wrote A Tale of Two Cities. And he started that fantastic novel saying, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, the age of wisdom and the age of foolishness. And when you think of all that's happening right now with fake news and the multiple opinions cavorting around social media, you would argue this probably, although very eloquently written, possibly couldn't be written quite the same way today, is actually summing up where we are too. And what he's saying there is this image portrays what I think, what I'm seeing over the last particularly 10 years. I think we're on this passage from business as usual that we've been trying desperately to sustain to business as it could be. And here we have some very valiant and hardworking people climbing up that mountain in the direction of what? I know it sounds really depressing. It's not actually, because there is a way to get to the other side, to that island of, it does remind me of flying into the Faroes yesterday, actually. But that's where I think we are. Sustainability has got us so far, but it's not going to get us where we need to go. And it was in February of 2019 that I finally plucked up the courage to share my thinking as openly as this, and I was invited to talk to the European Travel Commission. A good friend, Peter de Wilde, who was head of the Commission at the time and also head of Visit Flanders, had a habit of inviting me to come and be provocative. Well, you should never ask Anna Pollock to be provocative. I always do, as I'm told. But I genuinely did believe that global tourism, remember, this is now February of 2019. I think I've got my dates right. Or was it February of 2018? Anyway, COVID was a long way away. And what I was saying, based on the inherent flaws that I could see in the industrial model of tourism, that we had problems ahead. We weren't performing as well as we could be. We were vulnerable and heading towards a breakdown. That's pretty provocative, let's face it. And what is the result I got? Absolute stunned silence. I didn't know. I had no way of knowing. I'm not that smart. I'm not that close to nature. I knew there was going to be a problem, and I feel I want to have a bit of music saying do, 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 and along came this pesky little microbe from far right or far left, depending on your political persuasion, and put everything up, threw everything up in the air, basically. And as Gudrid said, created havoc. I hope I can go backwards, yeah. And this pesky little microbe we can't even see managed to do what countless PowerPoint presentations from people like me and others and writers and thinkers said was going to happen, and knock tourism back on its knees in a matter of months, all right? And undid literally 10 years of year-on-year growth. Now, I put these two graphs up side by side because there we were saying we can't possibly reduce our emissions to the extent that was being required, as you can see on the right-hand side. Well, we couldn't, but nature did it for us. Now, so, yes, as Gudrid said, we're now facing this opportunity to rethink. The question is, are we just going to go back to what we're familiar with, year-on-year growth, mass tourism, and so on, or are we going to redesign a kind of tourism that does result in our being healthier? And let's face it, it isn't as if we've got enough wicked problems to be getting on with. These are just images. Every night on the television, it's one thing or another. Notice it's one thing or another, because it seems as if our attention span can't carry them all in our minds at once, right? So this year it's been the pandemic. What is something else probably emerging right now, but we've also had the most terrible floods that are reminding us that things are getting worse environmentally. We've had fires. We've got drought in many countries. We're about to go into the storm season in many countries, where there are lots of problems. But look how we tend to look at them individually. Just bear that in mind. And it reminds me of this wonderful story, because the question I want to ask you is, why, after literally 40 years of sustainability, a word I obviously detest, why, after 40 years of this thing called sustainability, and everyone has a different definition of what it is, are we in worse shape than we were 40 years ago? Environmentally, we're in worse shape. So it's not working, and people don't like to hear that. The question is, why? And I'm reminded of this fantastic tale by a mullah in the Middle East many, many years ago. I think it was in the Middle Ages, and he tells a story. Obviously, he didn't have a street lamp in the story, but there was a lamp, okay, in the street. And this guy is found on his knees looking for something. And his neighbor comes by and says, "Hey, Fred, what are you looking for? What have you lost?" So I'm looking for my keys. Desperate to find my keys. He didn't need keys back in the Middle Ages, but he was still looking for a key. And so he said to him the usual question, which I also find rather interesting, well, where did you lose them? Because if he could answer that question, he wouldn't be looking for them, would he? But the point is, where did you lose them? So he says, yeah, I lost them in the house. So the guy scratches his head, his neighbor and said, well, why are you looking on the ground and the floor outside the house? And he said, oh, I came out here because there's a light out here. So what kind of light are we coming out to find our keys? And we're coming out to what's familiar in our patterns of thinking. That is what's getting us into trouble. We're going out to look at problems in a certain way that isn't going to help us solve them. And it was another wonderful poet who said, maybe you're searching among the branches up there, as opposed to down here, for what appears in the actual roots. And he's getting much closer to the core of the problem. These are not the problem. Yes, in one respect they are. These are the symptoms. You have a fever, that's a symptom. The cause of it is something else, something out of balance in your system. So the question is, what is the root cause? Are we radical enough? And people don't like the word radical. It just simply means, are you prepared to go to the root of something and ask the really important right questions? Are we prepared to look for the root cause? Now, obviously, I'm mixing my metaphors like crazy. I'm talking about root causes and showing you an iceberg. All right? This iceberg model is used by anyone that talks about systems thinking. I started using it about 10, 12 years ago, and I haven't changed the graphic, but nevertheless, it works. And that's because anyone, and I'm pleased that Zita's smiling at me. And by the way, it's just wonderful to be talking to a live audience. I hate Zoom. So I'm really enjoying this. And if I go on a bit, then that's because I'm having so much fun now. At the top of an iceberg, the visible piece of the iceberg, we all did this in geography in our elementary school, is not the big part of the iceberg. The big part of the iceberg that does the damage, that cut down the Titanic, is invisible, all right? The top part, metaphorically here, is what we tend to focus on, and we're really focused on trends in tourism. Every single conference I've been to in that 48 years is all about the next trend, what's new, what's coming, what can we see, all right? How do I have to tweak what I'm doing to meet this new market opportunity, etc. But that's the thin part of the iceberg. Underneath that, there are these big change drivers. How are the values of our consumers changing at a deeper level that's causing this change in surface behavior? What's happening to the economic structure that's changing the way we're going to be able to make money, etc., etc. So those are the drivers, and for which we can come up with strategies. And I'm pleased to see Visit Faroes has got a new strategy to come up with a driver to respond to that. But it goes deeper than that, guys, and underneath all of this, our entire society, the way it's run, what you see on the television, read in the newspaper, experience on a day-to-day basis, is all based on a set of assumptions and beliefs and values about how the world works. And I call that a bundle, or a paradigm, some people call it. But let's stick with this bundle. You're carrying it on your back, or you're wearing it as a set of lenses in front of you. Every single one of you has a different set of those. We share a lot of it in common. And when things are going nice and smoothly and they've worked for a long period of time, we actually forget they exist at all. It's just that is the way it is. So that's what this fancy word called paradigm is all about. It's your filter or lenses through which you see the world. How does it work? And we've been developing one, knowingly or unknowingly, for the last 300 years. It goes back to philosophers like Descartes or scientists like Newton, etc., that began to feed that bundle with a set of assumptions and beliefs and so on. And they, in effect, they then affected our values and our behavior. So there is a general consensus that the root cause of today's challenges is that that bundle doesn't work anymore. Another word for that bundle is the story, the narrative that we tell each other. And we use it because it helps us make sense. It helps us predict what's going to happen next. It informs what's right and wrong. But those filters are based on what we know. And in our culture, we have depended very heavily on the science and scientific method to tell us how the world is working. Now, what's challenging right now is the science of today is fundamentally different to the science of a couple of 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago, or even 20 years ago. It's changing so quickly and proving that many of those assumptions that we've had just simply are incorrect. They are obsolete. They're unfit for the world we live in, with 7 billion people busily going about their day, many of them consuming, not all of them obviously, vast amounts of goods and services. So these filters, as I mentioned, are personal to you, but they're also shared. They are called our culture, all right? And if that's faulty, if it's based on incorrect understanding of how the world works, we're in deep trouble. And if you hadn't noticed, we're in deep trouble, okay? One way of seeing it is to say it's as if we've smashed our understanding of the world into fragments. It's like we had this clear mirror through which we could see the world, and somehow our thinking has smashed everything. I don't know if you can understand why I'm saying this, but here we have this incredible, beautiful woman that is a miracle in and of itself, of life and complexity. Just the sheer, it's just a miracle that you all managed to get here this morning when you think about it, because all of the systems in your body are all working collaboratively, one with another, without any instructions from you, basically, to get you up in the morning, get you fed, get you watered, get you here on time. It's a miracle, and yet we so often forget that. But in our understanding and our ways of trying to figure out that miracle, what do we do in our scientific method? We break it all into pieces. And every year the pieces get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And what we've also done then is build an army of experts in every one of those pieces who then tells us how to understand it all. Problem is, they don't talk to each other. All right? So we always are getting a very bitty, dare I say it, fragmented view of the world. And, okay, I have to bring Einstein into the presentation. Those that know me, I trot him out every time. But he was such a smart man, and he didn't just do physics. He did an awful lot of sitting and thinking and observing and having fun too, apparently. But what he said was, if we're going to change anything, the worst thing we can do is apply the same pattern of thinking that we used to create the problem in the first place. Otherwise, we'll end up with the same or a different mess. And one of the many problems we have at the moment is that people are making very sound and sensible decisions within their little fragment, but they have no way of knowing how that impacts something else. Just look at tourism. What is tourism? What is tourism? Is it an industry? Is it made up of nice little segments? There's the airlines over here, there's the accommodation providers over here, and you can segment them in all kinds of different ways, right? You've got your big hotels, your little hotels, your medium hotels, your Airbnbs, your inns, your et cetera, et cetera. We do this throughout tourism. We've got our tour operators, we've got our educators, we have agri-tourism, we have urban tourism, we have cultural tourism. We have multiple ways of segmenting what is a dynamic living system of people going about trying to make sense of their world. So I hope you're beginning to see the challenge we have. If I have to put it really simply, we have to shift how we see this world from the one that was beginning to be, shaped by literally people like Newton, who loved his billiard balls, loved his math, loved being able to predict everything. And there became this notion in beginning, even before the Industrial Revolution, that we could understand the world as a machine. All right? We very often use metaphors of the things that we've already created. So just a few years ago, people were describing the human brain by drawing pictures of a plumbing system. You might argue, why plumbing and a brain? But nevertheless, that's what they understood at the time was really new and avant-garde, was thinking about how you created complex plumbing systems. Now they've shifted that, obviously, to the computer, because we understand computers. But the point is, we're still looking at life out there as something that we can observe. It's out there. We can observe it objectively according to the old science. That got thrown out about 40 years ago, when they said you can't observe anything objectively. The mere act of looking at a photon or an atom seems to change its behavior. And what does that do if you can't look at anything objectively? How can you even measure it objectively? But the point I'm trying to get at is we are running still on the assumption that everything works like a machine. That's why we talk about the industry of tourism. I'll come to that point in a minute. What we now know is, and this is again, science is telling us, it's not a machine, guys. It's a living system. It's alive. The whole planet is alive. It's constantly adjusting to changes going on inside it and outside it. It doesn't have a, I'm not talking about spiritual beliefs. There is an intelligence, and you can call it what you want. But the intelligence in this living system is pretty evenly distributed, naturally speaking. It gets a bit difficult when it's in a human system. There are blocks to the flows and what have you. But this is vital, and this is why we can now learn how living systems work. Let me just very, very quickly, and I won't get too academic. But when I was growing up, and as you can tell, that was quite a long time ago, we were excited with all the new breakthroughs in science, the new planets that were being discovered, even then, particularly the result of things like discovering DNA and genetics and so on. And I would be constantly hearing this phrase, that the science had had this new breakthrough and such, which, to me was a wondrous marvel, was dismissed as nothing but. Do any of you remember hearing that? Nothing but? It's nothing but a bunch of this, this, and this. Well, what they were explaining was the mechanics. That it doesn't explain everything, but nevertheless, that's what science does. It reduced it to parts. That's why we call this paradigm a materialistic reductionist paradigm. The first thing you're asked to do, I'll bet you, if any of you are in research or planning or anything like that, and you're asking it of me, is to define your terms. Define regenerative tourism. As if it's a thing. It's not a thing. It's a process. It's a way of thinking. But that's the first thing we are asked to do every time. Define, define. And that means simply to define, confine, is to put it in a box and draw a pretty hard line around it and say, that's what it is and that's what it's not. So you end up in this either or, up, down, in, out kind of way of thinking. It's dead. basically. The planet would have been dead as far as most people are concerned. It's just a resource to be extracted, all right? We can take stuff from it, make stuff with it, consume it, and throw it away. I mean, that term, let's just throw it away, is now questioned. Nobody questioned it until a few years ago because somebody said, well, where is away? Where is it? There is no away. We're all together on this. And it's certainly not dead, and we're not separate from each other. And it's that separation and that fragmentation that, of course, are problems. And if it's a thing, we can have more of it, and more of it's better. If you got this works, just keep doing it. So on the right-hand side with living systems, it turns it upside down. So it's not nothing but, it's everything and. And when you start to think in this way, you realize possibilities begin to open up. It's not as difficult as it was before. You're allowing air. I would say you're allowing life into the situation. It's not about the bits. It's about the wholes. It's not about the bits. It's about the relationships between them. There's a living system in this room right now, and every one of you is a cell in it. And you're all in relationship. Some of you don't know each other, but you're all in relationship with each other in one way, shape, or form. You may work together, you may sell one thing to each other, you may be in the same association, you may be connected in family, you just don't know. But we're all related. We're a whole. So instead of defining and distinguishing, we're being asked to connect and integrate. So I heard your word, Gudrun. You said we need to integrate. I thought, yeah, she gets it. Okay, that's good. I'm happy. All right, so I hope this is not too academic for you. You're beginning to frown. You're beginning to say, I didn't know I was coming to a physics lecture. But this is fundamental. And I've been told, oh, Anna, people don't want to hear this worldview stuff. They want to get on and do things. Fine, you're going to hear from some, that's the way this program was put together. I'm going to hopefully tell you why you need to be doing something, but you've got some fantastic speakers following who are actually doing it. And they didn't necessarily need to know all the theory because they were alive, they were attuned. I look at Zita, for example. She didn't set out to become a regenerative resort. She set it out to do the right thing for her people on Newfoundland. But much of what she's doing, because she's very aware and fully alive, turns out to be very regenerative. So let's very quickly look at the output of this old linear reductionist thinking, and I'll move on to what we're really talking about in terms of the new way. Just 3 pictures. What's that a picture of, do you think? Come on, you're awake now. Come on, come on, come on. What's it? A prison, yes. How did you know? Been one recently? Anyway, no, forgive me, right? I always love it when people say, yeah, it's a prison. I know. I've never been in a prison. Anyway, what's this one? Yeah, it's not much cleaner, but it is cleaner, obviously. It looks a bit friendlier. And what's this one? Yeah, right. Okay, that's why I took a picture of the hotel, the long corridor last night. Okay, so what's missing? Come on, please. I've only got 20 more minutes, so. Yeah, what? People, right. What's the next other? Oh, come on. Warmth, did someone say? Wow. I know you don't have many trees in the Faroes, but you still have nature. Yeah, nothing in there looks alive, or there's no life, all right? That's the output of this old thinking. And just very quickly, what we did in tourism, starting around the 1950s, I was just barely born then, wasn't working in tourism, but nevertheless, it sort of in the 70s more. We decided we had to be sophisticated, we had to become an industry, and to get recognition from the governments that we were important, and we began to change the language. It was the time of the jumbo jet, and we could move lots of people around, and sort of over a period of about 4 or 5 years, travelers became tourists. And they've been stuck with that label ever since. Most people don't want to be called a tourist who's traveling, they want to be called a traveler. Because none of us likes tourists. They're always somebody else. Places became products. Just think of it, a product that became a commodity. An experience, something that might have changed somebody's life, completely opened their minds to a whole new way of thinking. We packaged, and we had packages. We don't use that term very much these days. Guests became consumers, hosts became suppliers. We copied the same distribution system that was used to make cars and sell cars. We had wholesalers and retailers. We had agencies, obviously the retailers. The fulfillment, what we were really after in that model was efficiency. How can we move the maximum number of people for the most amount of profit, okay? And value was to the consumer and to the supplier. Everyone competed on price. So you can see that we did go down that road. So this to me is a kind of a map. Now you want something a little bit more sophisticated. We're getting much closer now to the topic in hand, but we need to see where we've come from. So if that graph on the left, if the axis on the left is talking about life at the top, vitality and thriving, whether it's generating that or draining it, the line along the horizontal is the history of business. Most business was starting out at extracting value. All right, you go and dig it out of the ground, you make something, you sell it, and it's consumed, and then it's thrown away. And only recently do we now use that waste. Whoops, it's on autopilot. How do we use that waste? So we to do less harm is what we then realized. Around the 60s, Rachel Carson began to create awareness that, you know, the stuff we were putting up there in the air was killing the birds. They were falling out the sky. Thanks to her, we began to think about things like that. And we really have had the sustainability movement beginning then and ever since. So let's try and reduce our footprint, become more sustainable is the term today. And more recently is this idea that in addition to doing less harm, maybe we can go on and do some good, right? We can restore the environment and we can repair things that the damage we've done. And that's absolutely vital. And if you want to be inspired, then start reading about some of the major, not conservation efforts, but restoration efforts that are going on around the world to show how quickly, with a little help from us, nature can repair itself. We don't repair it. Nature repairs itself. That's its natural way of being. And then, where we're going towards, and it is a distant horizon, we're not there yet. There isn't a single destination or an economic activity that you can say is truly regenerative, but you need to know where we're headed. And we're headed towards a partnership with the natural world, where we become stewards. But if we're going to play that role, we're going to have to understand how nature works. So we're going from degenerative extractors to regenerative stewards. Now there's a blob in the block, sort of an orange. Reminds me of something, that black thing in did everyone see the 2001 Space Odyssey? I never did understand that, but those of you who are nodding are obviously as old as I am. But anyway, it's my way of saying we have to climb that wall or we have to go into that chasm. That is the mindset shift up here. And I can't say this enough. Until you start to understood that, much of what the rest I'm saying isn't going to be seen as really possible. Once you've done that, it becomes obvious, all right? So don't dismiss this as unnecessary. The beautiful thing is you can learn all of this from the natural world. Those of you who are into change and systems have probably heard of a wonderful man called Otto Scharmer and what he calls his theory U. His theory U is very simple. If you want to get from that pinnacle where our guys in my diagram were climbing up and get to that land on the other side of the valley covered in fog, you're going to have to go down first. And that means letting go. That means coming aware of how you're thinking. And the best news today is that we have a teacher all around us right now. She has been doing it for 3.8 billion years. She is called nature. Every species of plant and animal that you see around you is a survivor, because 99% of any species, all species, have become extinct. Nature is a trial and error exercise. So the ones that we are surrounded by right now are the survivors, and they've got an awful lot they can teach us. But this guy Bateson, I think, said it more succinctly than even Albert Einstein. We have to think the way that nature thinks, because we are nature. We have to ask questions now, like how does nature self-organize? All those different species in an ecosystem work collaboratively to cooperate. How do they exchange information? And the good news is, for nearly 40, 50 years, thanks to systems thinking, thanks to deep ecology, thanks recently to this new area of activity called biomimicry, we now know so much. We know enough to be able to start to plan and think and act very differently. Every one of those pictures on the right depicts an ecosystem. The good news is nature's also incredibly efficient. She has a bunch or several design principles that she applies at every level. The level of the cell, the level of the individual, you as a person, the level of a community, or the level of life itself. So it's in that context where now regenerate essentially means to do what nature does. And nature flourishes left to its own devices. It's created the beauty that's all around us. It's created the difference and the diversity that's all around us. It's enabled us to realize potential and have energy. It creates the conditions for the rest of life to thrive and flourish. But it involves living by nature's rules, not our rules, partnering with nature, with life. And that means being respectful of those rules, understanding them. And I would argue there are three things you have to grasp. I spent the last 32 minutes talking about perspective because it's so important. Then we need to grasp some principles, and then we're going to do practice. So that's why I've left it to all the other speakers to do the practice bit, all right? It's not that I don't want to, it's just there's not enough time. People seem to think that regenerative tourism is something new to us. It's not. It really started this thinking, obviously, with people who are closest to the land in agriculture, but it's also now a serious body of work and research and knowledge in economics, in health, because we're realizing that, you can't just cure somebody by operating on them or giving them a tablet. You've got to look at their entire whole system. Whole and health are the same words. We're using it now in placemaking and design. We're beginning slowly to do it in education. The problem with education is that it's still in the dark ages as far as I'm concerned. The way that we're educating people to think in our universities at the moment, sorry if there are any academics here, you can take me on outside, all right? It's very new in tourism and hospitality. I mean, it literally is a few years old that we've even begun to put the word regenerative in front of tourism. And all of a sudden, it's become the thing we all have to do or have, and we all seem to know everything about it. And that's rubbish. It's going to take all of us a while to learn. But if we learn together, we'll do it a lot faster. It means asking, how does nature define success? All right, and these questions start to get really interesting. How does it self-organize? Ask yourself, how do we self-organize in tourism? Are we a conveyor belt in a destination that somebody has designed and controlled and can control and manage and manipulate? No, everybody's doing their own thing. There's one difference between our ways of doing things as human beings and the rest of nature, is that we were given, we basically have developed this awareness and we have the willpower to do things the way we want to do them. Nature's a little bit more programmed to do it in a way that helps every other part of nature. Okay, so I'm going to go through these very quickly. But, this isn't foreign to any of you, is it? It's not. You don't need a PhD in physics to understand this. You know that nature's always changing. It's had a lot to put up with, so it's constantly adjusting to us. We've seen it in places where a whole desert's been turned into a Garden of Eden. That's an amazing project in China right now. It's always balancing. The weather adjusts according to the situation or what went before. Another thing about nature is it's phenomenally abundant. It doesn't understand scarcity. Have a look at an oak tree. Does it understand scarcity? Why does it produce thousands and thousands of acorns? All right? It does, because it's abundant. And they all get used by different species in very productive ways. So there's no waste. Not one of those acorns is ever wasted. It's feeding another system, including the squirrels in my garden, for example. It's evolving, it's changing, and every system, every plant, every being is unique is unique. You can't standardize it. Why would you want to? Why not celebrate its uniqueness? Each one of us is unique. Each one of us has our own gifts to give. So why would we want to put people in boxes all the time? Why would we? Well, I'll leave that point till later. But ultimately what nature does is she flourishes. So what we did, this is getting to tourism now. You'll start to wake up. 5 minutes, Anna. Okay. Actually, I'm going to debate with you. I've got 6, but there you go. I'm just kidding. Supposing a destination acted like a forest and not a conveyor belt, how would that be different? What would flourishing look like? That was the question we put in Flanders. And I'm just putting this up here because, again, I was asked by Peter to be provocative. We started off asking these questions. We got people gathering together. As a result of that, over a 2 or 3 year period, they shifted their entire strategy away from year-on-year growth to creating a destination that flourishes. And more importantly, each destination beginning to define what flourishing meant to them. So they began to take a lot of interest in nature and trees, and they created this diagram, all right, of what it looked like, what the tree metaphor worked for them. And out of that, they came to their own understanding that they were going to be place keepers. They were going to take care of that place. They were fortunate they had a tree called a linden tree, which is a sacred tree in their own history and mythology, so that also brought up all kinds of other perspectives. But that took over a 2-3 year period. In March, not this year, I get my days muddled up because it's just been a blur. I've been in the house now for 18 months, so you can tell I want to be let out and have an audience. Okay, so this was March of 2019, so the thing to the ETC was a year before that. I was speaking in New Zealand. 4 days later, I was in quarantine. The whole country shut down. But if you want to hear a little bit more about this, there's a movie made of that presentation. And that led to a pile of conversations in different parts of the country. The government then decided to have, as a post-COVID recovery, to have a task force. And that task force came together with the mandate to answer the question, how can tourism contribute to the well-being of this country? It didn't ask, how can we grow tourism back after this horrible pandemic to the levels we had before? How can we contribute to the 4 capitals, they call them? I'll show you in a minute. We did so back to life course so that people could get into this more often. And then it's like we left it. You know, we stirred the pot a little bit. Obviously, I can't work in New Zealand very easily from here, but we have constant contact. And I received a paper the other day from one of the best academics in the country describing the process that they were going through. And what did they come up with? A tree. There aren't many trees in the Faroes. So this is why I'm suggesting you're needing to come up. I would love you to think that you could, and it's almost a challenge, step into the lead and become the first truly regenerative island community in the Northern Hemisphere. Or go one step further. And the next big regenerative bioregion, the Nordic region, all right, you could do this if you choose. But you would need to understand this new perspective. You would need to understand nature's principles, and together on that basis develop the practices that work for you here. I don't think you'd have a tree as your metaphor, but you could have an island, all right? They're living things too. Certainly a lot of life on them. So unfortunately, because I've got about 4 minutes or 5 minutes, we did agree, Tim, didn't we? I just want to finish this very, very fast. But basically what we can't do today, this morning, maybe when we have our workshop, we can go into this in more detail. The most important thing are these are the 6 principles which we're working on describing and maybe throwing out some questions for you to consider. And eventually you will define how they are practiced in your region. That's one thing we don't do in this approach. But everything has to happen in place. You can't do regeneration for the planet. It's too big. This is a wonderful man called Bill Reed. You have to work in place where there's the motivation and the will and where you feel at home. you have that sense of connection. Because place is the doorway into caring. I know one thing I've read about the Faroes is that you really care about it. It's home, it's special, it's unique, it's yours. And there's this sense, or you wouldn't have got here this morning, that you want to look after it. It unites people, it's the commons, all right? And there's no, Wheatley is another amazing woman in the area of community and how to develop community and how to help communities make the changes they need to. And she said, there's no greater change than when you start to care about it and when you start conversing with one another. So having the workshops this afternoon is fantastic. You also can't do regeneration without totally questioning the purpose of this phenomenon called tourism or economy or anything. It is not to just grow bigger and bigger and bigger. There is only one thing in the natural world that grows bigger and bigger and bigger without being, requiring to be stopped, and that's a cancer cell. It's a rogue cell in your body that hasn't remembered that it has no right to do that because it's taking up other resources. So our life's purpose is to develop. It's to evolve. Those acorns, each one of them is unique, turns into a unique seedling, and 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, aided by some squirrels that move the seedlings around, by the way, that's called symbiosis, turns into an amazing tree. And that tree is a habitat, when it's mature, for hundreds and hundreds of other species. So for tourism now, it's not about, excuse me, just growing. It's about contributing to the health and well-being of this entire community called the Faroe Islands and the Nordics in your own unique way. So you don't ask what can they do for you, you ask what you can do for it. And we shift from mining to gardening, for creating the conditions for life to thrive. And there's more, but I haven't got time to talk about this. Hopefully I've whet your appetite, and in the conversation with Tim and in your questions we can go into this in a little bit more detail. We might want to leave the slide up here so I can move back and forth, but I'm in at about 6 minutes ahead of time.
Perfect. We're not going to let you go, Anna, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very inspiring. We're not going to let you go, though. You will all have the opportunity to ask Anna Paula questions. But first, she will be in conversation with Tim Eckott, author and travel writer. Tim Eckott has a long CV as a journalist, and he is what we like to call a true friend of the Faroes. Right, Tim? You've been here a lot, several times, 20 times, I think, you told me. And your last published book, which many of you know, The Land of Maybe, a Faroe Islands Year. So you two will have a conversation about how tourism can be reframed in post-pandemic world. And after that, you will all be able to put questions. So we have until 10:30 when we have coffee and fruits. So you go ahead. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna. What a lot of very big ideas you've given us to think about. Before I ask you a direct question, I'd just like to pick up 2 things you said at the end of your speech. I know you had a very difficult journey to get here, and you haven't seen much of Faroe Islands yet. We can now see Nolsoy, which we couldn't see at breakfast. But there are trees in the Faroe Islands. But the reason there are trees in the Faroe Islands is because somebody took the trouble to plant them and look after them. So I think this is a place where people can take a big idea and decide they want something and achieve it. It's probably somewhere that can do that kind of thing better than many other societies. And the other thing that struck me in your final slide was the image of the acorn and the oak, because, as you may well know, oak trees are special, but they're very slow growing. Mm-hmm. And the acorn does not germinate and grow until it's had a shock. It needs 6 weeks at temperatures below 5 degrees Celsius. If it doesn't get that shock, it will never sprout. So I think a lot of that imagery feeds into what you were talking about, how this is a time when we are all facing challenges and have been forced to look at the reality of how travel may change. But I think the thing that struck me most about what you were saying about taking a holistic view of tourism, whether we call it an industry or not, is that it rests at the moment on capitalism. Mm-hmm. And a lot of what you're saying requires the world to rethink the capitalist model. But there doesn't seem to be much sign of that at the moment. I'm wondering if you see, where you see the signs of optimism, where do you see the big decision makers actually trying to change that model?
Well, I guess it depends on who are the decision makers, really. I do see, but then you see, I'm looking at the world through a set of lenses, and you're looking at it through a different set of lenses. I see phenomenal change going on, particularly in the last two years. Even, you know, conservative media like Forbes magazine or McKinsey even are beginning to discuss this model. They may not talk about it in this colorful, organic language, but there definitely is a big conversation going on. We have, okay, they're not a huge mega organization, but we have people like John Fullerton, who comes from the Wall Street, and the whole financial community has created the Capital Institute and a network of people that are challenging these things. This is just challenging some of the fundamental assumptions behind capitalism, but it's not saying that we don't, you know, this isn't about generating wealth. It's just redefining what wealth is and the rules that we play. Now, one of the rules, or one of the assumptions that was built into economics because of people like Darwin and the people who manipulated what he said that only the fit survive. He didn't say the biggest, the strongest, the bullies survive. He said only those who are fit for the conditions in which they're living survive. Now, what are the conditions we're living in right now? That if we don't change our behavior, we aren't going to survive. So are we going to become fit? So can we have a form of capitalism that is fit for the world we live in? And I would say once you start looking, and I can give you some pointers, you'll see all kinds of people within the capitalist framework who are questioning it. So I would have to say I dispute the statement.
You used the analogy or the imagery of us all being cells in this room right now, and cells in the industry, cells in our communities, cells in our nations, etc. Many people here are running businesses. Like people all over the world, whether they're in business or not, we have short-term personal goals, which usually involve paying the rent and putting food on the table.
I'm one of those.
How do you drive change if you're just one of the little worker cells who are having to meet the needs of a bigger business? How do you stand up and say, this model isn't working?
Well, I think it's always a balance in life. But I believe if you look at how change actually happens, it happens with the smallest units making a smallest shift. And one of the problems is we just haven't really understood that. We've been told that we don't matter, we're too small. We look at the cosmos and we think it doesn't matter. There's this, you know, I don't know how they can prove it scientifically, but there's a lot of discussion within the scientific community that everything matters. What I do affects everything. And it's okay. It's not, you know, I'm not changing the world by running around with a PowerPoint deck. But I am having an influence. I also have to make money. I have to pay my rent, right? So to me, it's about balancing, but we're never going to change unless each of us finds the courage sometimes to say, you know what, maybe just with a few mates in the pub, I'm questioning this right now. You know, I'm working like a slave and I'm not getting ahead. Does this work for me? Or has what we've created worked for the community at large? Look at Barcelona, right? Before COVID, everyone was talking about over-tourism. It was the big, you know, it was a problem. People were rioting in the streets. And people in the industry began to realize, oops, we've got a problem. So they began to have conversations with each other. So that when COVID did hit, it wasn't surprising that everyone said, hallelujah, this is an opportunity. We've wanted to stop. We've wanted to get off the treadmill to just question. And this process starts with questions. It starts with sowing seeds in your minds. Can we do this differently? And it makes you realize that you can't solve it on your own, but you can get together with people in your community and make a difference. Same with Flanders, that's how it happened, really small. Yeah.
I suppose what I'm really asking is, you highlighted some specific crises, and anyone who's worked as we mostly have in tourism for some years, will know that, for example, September the 11th was regarded as a massive crisis. Bird flu, now the pandemic. There seems to have always been one crisis looming on the horizon that we could never predict but had to deal with. But after each of these crises, tourism reverted largely to its old habits. And there are still people now, even during the pandemic, who think we will bounce back. What do you say to them?
Well, it's not for me to, I would love to think that the folks in the Faroes would come together and say, we have made a conscious choice, not just a reversion to something because it's familiar. We've made a conscious choice to think about how we might do this differently going forward. That's really about as far as I think you can push it at the moment. If you say to enough times, well, we're just going to bounce back, we've always bounced back in the past. Well, the past is no indicator of the future. We're not living in the same world. When we bounced back from avian flu and when we bounced back, we weren't aware of how close to saturating the atmosphere with carbon, for example. We are now. We weren't as aware just how much the biosphere was degrading. We are now. We weren't aware that, we've got, it may be an exaggeration, but we've got 50, 60, 70 years of harvest left because we've completely destroyed the vitality of the soil on which we depend for our food systems. We didn't know all that then. We do now. And how can you go forward knowing that and assume you can behave the way you did before? That's, to me, the logic.
Your logic is inescapable, but I think if you work in tourism, if you work in environmentalism, if you work in sustainability, you always come up to a brick wall, which is that without top-down instructions, many individual industries and indeed individuals will not choose to do the right thing or to do the sustainable thing. They need to be told at government level. Do you agree with that?
Obviously not. The reason I originally had the title Tragedy or Triumph was I was thinking of a famous essay by a guy called Garrett Hardin in 1960s or something. He wrote a book called The Tragedy of the Commons. And he said we're all sharing these resources. They are common resources. And there's no way, because human beings are all very innately selfish, and they will look after themselves, and even if everyone is nice and looking after each other, there'll be free riders that will come in and exploit them, and it won't work. It's a tragedy, so just give up the idea. And the neoliberals who were busy concocting all kinds of their own theories of their own at the time thought this was fantastic. Nobody's going to want a tragedy. It's not going to work. And then there was this female economist, sorry, I have to talk solidarity with half the population, called Eleanor Armstrong, who said, I'm not quite sure about this. Let's look at examples on planet Earth of places where they're sharing a common resource. In some cases, I think she had a fishery. Unfortunately, it wasn't the cod fishery. And she discovered that these fisheries have been going on, these common resources have been managed and taken care of by communities for years, for centuries, effectively, without degrading, without there being any inner conflict. And what she then went on to say, and there were some principles, she called the principles that were being applied. They weren't in communication with each other, these communities. They had emerged from an understanding of how you manage a common resource. And one of the rules was that the people who were affected by the, quote, rule you've agreed to had to have a part in creating the rule. So people from outside, these guys with power and money and position, couldn't dictate how that resource was to be spent. So there is a theory, it's not just a theory, when it's developed into a whole body of knowledge, that we can in fact manage a common resource. It doesn't have to be done the way we're doing it. We're all just contributing to the maintenance of a set of beliefs that just don't work, are not going to work for us. So sure, it's going to be tough. I told you, we're not living in the easiest of times. You didn't come, you're not here for a holiday anymore. Yeah, sorry, but I do believe there are plenty of examples right now of it working. Forgive me if I talk too much, but
I'm sure we can all think of good examples, but I suppose I'm still trying to ask you, how you convince the people who make the big decisions that this crisis is as real as we know it to be, because a lot of what you're describing sounds to some people like the communist model or the communalist model, and they get very frightened of changing the way economics works right now.
The communist model had nothing. The communist model essentially was turned into. Maybe the ideals were right, but did turn into a fascist model. It turned into a model of
But
power.
the original idea was good, that the shared resources are part of the community.
Yeah, but I don't think they had thought through how you do that. You know, they still had a party, the Communist Party, who went into places and dictated how you did something. And those set of rules that they dictated were nearly always going to benefit the party. So they were having to spend a lot of time trying to keep people, you know, in silence, because if they'd spoken up, then they, you know, took them off to the gulag or something. But the point of that's not what we're talking about. Just because we're talking about acting in a sensible way that most of you actually live your lives when you get right down to it, that's not communism. That's just an attempt to dismiss something without thinking.
No, I'm saying it can be perceived that way.
Well, of course it can be. Anything can be perceived. Sorry, Tim, but anything can be perceived any way you choose to perceive it.
No, but for example, on your slides, I thought it was perhaps a happy coincidence that when you talked about how things had gone wrong with the production model, you had an image of an American hamburger restaurant and the Model T Ford production line, both examples from the American capitalist system, which has come to dominate the world economy. And that model, the people in charge of that model get very nervous when you talk about dismantling it or reinventing it in any way, and they tend to push people who are environmentally aware and who want to push an idea of greater sustainability. They start describing them as political enemies of that system, and that's a very difficult power block to challenge.
Well, it is. There's no doubt about it. We have a political power block in the pharmaceutical companies, and they're not necessarily American either, right? We have people that want to continue to pour pesticides and fertilizers and kill the soil, who are busily right now trying to infiltrate the regenerative agriculture movement because they see that carbon offsets might be the way they can make more money and have more control and more power. I'm sorry, I'm not normally political. I normally talk about tourism. But you can't talk about anything today without realizing that the fundamental nature of change that we're facing is biological, and it's evolutionary, and it's political. And yes, you're going to meet resistance. And you said earlier something that the thing about acorns. You don't change unless you have to often. That just seems to be the way we are. We're lazy. Acorns need, I was going to say, don't take me wrong, a kick up the ass and be frozen, and then they might sprout, all right? We are having the biggest proverbial kick up the rear. To me, that's what COVID was. COVID was a messenger. COVID was an accelerant. It was like pouring petrol on a problem, you know, a fire, to say, you know, if you think these problems are big, all right, now handle it with the pandemic. And if we don't, I'm sorry, we are, the biological facts are there. If we don't, then there'll be another one. Right now, I read on just to be cheerful, I live in a beautiful county called Herefordshire in England. It's gorgeous on the surface. We've had the biggest sort of secret growth of chicken farms you can imagine. They're beautifully designed. You can't see them from the road. They just put them in little hollows, these little sheds, 500,000 birds all clapped together and pooping like you wouldn't believe. So we have a phosphate problem and our beautiful river's dying, okay? Excuse me, I'm not normally an environmentalist, but I can't stop seeing these things anymore. And so everything is connected, and you just have to recognize that it's not going to get any better. So what did I read on the plane coming over? The biggest fear right now is not any more of this COVID stuff, it's avian flu. Because we've become so dependent on all these little animals in these little sheds, and it can spread apparently with like wildfire. It makes COVID look like a pandemic. So I'm not here to spread doom and gloom. I'm here to give you a sense that if you look at how the natural world works and you say we can deploy some of those principles, we can in fact create a better one. But only if you're prepared to sort of start somewhere.
Do you think, turning the question back to the Faroe Islands, do you think it's a good move for small island states, if you like, to have a lot of control over their tourism industry rather than allowing foreign ownership of businesses? Do you think that that's a relevant factor in all of this?
I think the fundamental trend and the fundamental principle in nature is that the more that you are able to, as a community, come together and determine your future, the more secure you are. I mean, think about issues like food security. And the more, yeah, I do believe that. I think globalization was both great, and it's kind of like it was great, and it's like that hamburger. It's reached its sell-by date. You know, you keep on doing that, and you have more and more centralized control. You're less and less secure. So if I were an island, particularly like this one, where you enjoy an incredibly high quality of life, you've got all of the best aspects of so-called capitalism and the wonderful growth that we've had. You've got amazing roads, you've got amazing tunnels, you've got 4G everywhere. Can't even get that in Herefordshire. You can have a quality of life here. But now is the chance for you to say, what does that mean for us? And what do we want for our children, you know, in subsequent generations? And that doesn't mean to say there won't be the odd person that will come in with capital from outside. But the point is you don't have to be run by that. That's all.
Okay.
While you go on with your conversation, why don't we just let the audience have a chance to join? If anyone has a question or would like to share some experience with Tim and Anna, there are 2 mics walking around here. Yeah? No? Yes? Would you please present yourself, just name and occupation?
My name is Jerry, and I'm from the High Coast of Sweden. I just want to thank you guys, because I think the last 1.5 years, a lot of us in this industry probably is working for this reason. This is our why from ours. But I think the last year, 1.5 years, has been very much about looking at the P&L, you're looking at the micro, how do we make sure that our colleagues having a good time in the office, how do we make sure they keep motivated. So just want to say a big thanks for this, because it's a good restart now after COVID. We're literally COVID still on, but just want to thank you for this. Really remind us of our why. So
Thank you. Thank you. I don't feel so bad.
Can you say a little bit more about scale, Anna? I mean, Faroes is famously small, but it's also famous for having big ideas. And I think a lot of the ideas about a holistic approach to life in general are well understood in the Nordic regions.
That's why I think you've got an opportunity. I think being an island is great. From a tourism point of view, it means you've got a pretty good sense of who's coming, how many are there. You can manage it, because you have to get on a plane or a boat to get here. I think islands are wonderful from a systems management point of view. Why not start with islands? A hell of a lot easier than starting with somewhere like Greece or something. Secondly, it's a bioregion in the sense that ecologically it's discrete, all right? Which is important if you're going to start to work with nature. You've got your own mini hydrological cycle, although it seems a lot of the weather comes across the Atlantic as well. So yes, I think you've got enough people. You've got certainly probably attracted or have developed very bright people from everything I've read. I mean, everything you've done, even marketing, you know, congratulations. You know, I'm looking at the Visit Faroes people. You've used your situation intelligently to take advantage of the world you're living in and your smallness. And that's why people want to come here. So, yes, the answer, I'll keep my answer short, is yes.
Any comments on that, being an island or a group of islands? No? Go on, Tim.
You see, they know.
Yes, they know.
I was struck by many of the things you said, Anna, of course, but for a long time people used what they thought was a very positive slogan in tourism, which was leave only footprints, take only photographs. But actually in the northern regions, footprints last for a very long time and it can be quite damaging. And as we know, photographs may seem harmless, but with the advent of social media, yes. One strong picture on Instagram can result in a flood of quite unwelcome attention. How do you think destinations handle those things?
Well, if you want an example of unintended consequences, that's got to be it, because we've used imagery, we've allowed people to take pictures and post them on Instagram. I don't know exactly how we reverse that. Some things are very difficult to reverse once they've, the genie's out the bottle. I think the more that you can do to demonstrate to the world the kind of place you are, what you value, what you care about, what people are doing, the way you want them to enjoy it, the more you will attract that kind of visitor. That's about the only. I mean, if I had an instant cure for that, then I'd be require build destinations around the world. I don't.
Part of the elephant in the room, or the herd of elephants in the room, is of course the rising human population around the world, and some people think you solve a lot of the problems you've outlined by simply raising your prices, and you say you can only come to this untouched area of the world by making it so expensive that only small numbers of high-spending visitors will come. What do you think of that attitude?
Well, again, I think it's a gross, no disrespect to him, but those statements that are being made by people are often misinformed. It's not the population that's the problem, it's the it's the consumption. And most in the European part of the world, our part of the world, most of the travel is being undertaken still by a very small proportion of the overall population. And post-COVID, the number of people that are going to will be able to afford travel will in fact, I think, decrease. We've sold travel originally. I mean, we've taken what's a unique experience. There's only one Faroes. There's only one Azores. There's only one Samoa in the South Pacific. But we've sold it on the basis of price. We haven't understood or worked with its uniqueness adequately, and that's an area that we need to have confidence that we will attract. I mean, the flower attracts the right bee for it by being its self. It doesn't try to be the flower next door because it noticed it had more bees. All right? Sorry, I think organically all the time. But you can tell I've been in my garden more than I've been out in the field. But that's true. That is true. That's how nature works. So you be yourself. And that means getting to know who you are. Getting to know who, in that beautiful town you have down there, what do people really care about? And engage them. This isn't about going and doing a survey. Do you like our campaign? Or can you handle another 5%? You can have all the surveys you want, but get out there, go to the parent-teachers meetings, talk about, have conversations, just kitchen table conversations, but spend more time out there finding out what people love about this place, what they want for it, what they dream for it, what they're worried about. That will give you the guidance, I think.
Do we have a question, I think?
Yeah.
In some of the conversations that we had leading up to this day, one of the things that you mentioned that I would like you to elaborate on is how we talk about us and them. So it's tourists, and then it's the people, maybe the people working in tourism, and then it's the people in the communities. You were talking about how we're all like one living mechanism or organism. But could you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I thought that was really interesting, and it would be good to have a discussion on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, we too tend to talk about tourists as the other. And that word tourist is often pejorative, unfortunately. We have images of tourists doing nasty things. But we're all travelers. Or those of us who are fortunate enough to be able to afford to buy a plane ticket would love to travel. We all like traveling. So the residents here want to be able to travel out and to bring their experiences back. All I was saying was we have, again, it's this notion of, maybe I'm not going to quite capture what I said that day, but I mean, it's this notion that we are we're all very similar. We're connected. We all want the same things. So especially when you look at a place like the Faroes, you've got 50,000 people. I would bet that an awful lot of Faroes residents have the wealth to travel out. So, you know, they also want to enjoy this place and they want to share it. I don't know whether I'm capturing what I said that day. Sometimes my mouth and stuff comes out, as you've noticed. And sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. But I am at least trying to think. But I'm just saying, see yourself as see this place as alive. See this place as constantly changing. Those of you who are as old as I am will have seen lots of changes already. Then realize it can change again. Realize the future isn't inevitable. Realize you can create it. Come together as a group and say, what do we imagine? How do we think this place might, A, survive, thrive in the next 10, 20 years? Or even start with, what do we need to do in the next 5 years? All right? We don't know. We don't know yet whether the economy is as stable as the newscasters might like us to believe it is. All right? We don't know whether economic dislocation, as the economists call it, is close or far away. All we know is we can start to think about the kind of life we want to live and what steps we might need to take together. That's the other thing, is start to learn to trust each other, start to learn to think together. Collective intelligence in nature is phenomenal.
Did we have a question over here before the break? Yes, we have had
chatting.
one comment over here, and then we have one more here before the break.
I'll make them short.
Just a quick question. As a young destination or a young tourism industry, do you think you can go to regenerative tourism before going through all the life cycles? Like nearly having mass tourism, doing all the bad things before you can go to...
Absolutely. In fact, you've got an amazing advantage. First of all, I don't think... I just don't see the environment being conducive here to mass tourism. I don't see that you need it. I don't think it's likely to happen. I think the cost of getting here may well go up. After COP26, who knows how the playing field is going to change. Some people want it to change a lot more than it probably will, but we are looking at this, factoring in this whole carbon issue. No, I think, and some people think, oh, well, what's wrong with sustainability? Sustainability is integral. We have to minimize our impact, but you've got the chance to go one step further. And that means pulling together as a community and starting to really be creative about the future. Create the future you want. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. And we have one more question here. There you go.
Yes, my name is Christian. I'm from Innovation Greenland. For the last 2 summers, due to the situation, I was traveling within Greenland for my summer holiday, and I kind of discovered why other people come there. And I heard that several other places that this staycation phenomenon, people kind of were shocked to find that in their own region there were so many interesting things to see. Do you think that this is just a response to COVID and it will go away again when we are past that? Or do you think that there's something in the bottom of the iceberg changing that may be realized and that this phenomenon will help us do our experience seeking in a more sustainable way?
Yes, I do think there's been a subterranean change in the bottom of the iceberg. If the research that's coming out I'm seeing of general values is that issues around health, in the broadest sense of the word, have shot right to the top. People realize that we're vulnerable, that this can happen again, that we need to be building our immunity. That means we need to be eating good food. It doesn't make sense to be buying stuff that's been shipped all around the world if we can become more secure. We've found that, you know, we have right under our noses a miracle called life that we've just not paid attention to. All those areas that we've never been to before. I mean, you're getting people, photographers now, starting to say, how can I show the miracle that, you know, all the things in my backyard? Just, you know. And so we don't need to jump on a plane to go and have those kind of experiences. If we can raise our children that way, it'll make a big difference. I'm not against traveling, but I'm just saying we'll travel mindfully and consciously.
Thank you. And now what we need is to jump out and get some coffee.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
you
You're
very
an
much,
excellent
Tim
moderator.
Eckert and Anna. We have coffee and fruits, and it's just outside here and also downstairs. And I have a reminder for you to check into the 3 different workshops. It is first come, first serve, so go ahead and sign up. And there are 3 different themes. You will see them outside. And it's best practice, local involvement, and seasonality. We'll see you back here at 10:50. Welcome back. I had Ole the shepherd to help me try to get you back in. He is used to call out for the sheep. Herding sheep, yes. Think rural, think digital, think ahead is what we're going to hear about now. We will have a presentation of the winning idea on tourism in rural areas from the hackathon that was arranged by Nora. And the three people who are going to present it are from Italy, Norway, and the US, and they actually also have a teammate from China. So that's what IT can do also for the tourism industry. Please welcome Dan Brady Stevens, Gaia Marini, and Tommy Christopher Nielsen.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Today, Brady, Tommy, and I are going to talk you through the winning idea of this year's hackathon. So back in March, Nora tasked us with finding a solution for the sustainable recovery of the tourism sector in rural areas. And if that wasn't easy enough, we were given 48 hours to come up with an idea. So this is what we came up with. Before we start, I'm going to walk you through what to expect from this presentation. So first of all, I'm going to present you with the problem. What was the problem that we were tasked with solving? Then the solution we came up with. Then you're going to meet the team, our international team, and we're going to give you a little timeline of what's happened so far and especially what's going to happen next. Then we're going to talk about some collaborations, so opportunities to collaborate with all of you, and finally open the floor for some Q&A if you have any questions for us. What was the problem we had? How to support a sustainable recovery of the rural sector, the rural tourism sector. So, as we know, COVID hit the rural areas very hard, and especially the tourism sector very, very hard. Rural areas, especially in the North Atlantic, have become increasingly reliant on tourism for a source of income. And so, as we open back up, like Anna was presenting this morning, how can we start again in a way that it's more in line with the future that we want to see, keeping in mind the challenges that we have to solve the biodiversity crisis, climate change, etc. For us, the solution was grounded in three main concepts. The first is connection. We wanted the tourism experience to be grounded in the connection between farmers and, in this case, urban communities. So creating an experience that linked people coming from different places so that they could understand each other and get to know each other, and especially for people from urban areas, get to know where the food comes from, which is going to be one of the biggest challenges in the next decades or so. We wanted the offer to be experiences and not just holidays. So that was also a driving factor for our idea. We didn't want to sell a product. We want it to be something that enriches people, that creates a connection. And finally, sustainability had to be at the core. We had 3 environmental managers on the team, and we wanted to make sure that we could have a positive impact that wasn't just going to be greenwashing. So that was Rural Roots Network. So you have 3 keywords, I guess, but roots and network really give an idea of what we wanted to stand for. So that interconnectedness between different areas. And the idea was to build the future of sustainable tourism, but doing it together, not having that separation between others kind of thing. So there's a short video. There should be audio.
Rural livelihoods are increasingly dependent on income from tourists. However, the current tourism model is damaging to the health of the environment that rural communities rely on. As countries around the world end coronavirus restrictions, young travelers are searching for ways to travel more sustainably. This is Dana. Dana is a farmer in the Scottish Highlands looking to attract tourists to her working farm, as well as do her part in delivering Scotland's climate mitigation goals. She wants to invest in a new wind turbine for her farm, but lacks the funds for her project. Meet Matt and James, young professionals stuck in their small apartment in Edinburgh. Matt and James are eager to plan new adventures and contribute to the sustainable recovery of their country. They pick up their phones and check out what they can do. Introducing Rural Roots Network, a digital platform for sustainable tourism, connecting environmentally conscious consumers with rural entrepreneurs who want to contribute to climate adaptation in the North Atlantic. Using this app, Matt and James can browse a range of outings in remote Scottish landscapes and schedule a trip for after the end of local lockdowns. They find Dana's listing and see that for different donation amounts, she is offering artisan farm products and vouchers for future overnight stays at her farm. In this way, Matt and James can take a direct and practical climate mitigation action while planning a guilt-free holiday, a unique opportunity in the tourism sector. Dana gets to diversify her farm's income sources, growing a more resilient rural economy.
So that was pretty quick. We can go through it together again. The idea is to have a platform, an online platform, and hopefully in the future an app, where travelers and people from rural areas, especially farmers for now, can meet and exchange. So a traveler would sign up to the app and scroll through different offers. Those offers come from farmers in rural areas in the community, and they can look like products, experiences, like a farmer showing how artisanal products are created and made, or stays at the farm if there is that possibility. Once the customers select what they want to do, the option that they like, they pay some money. And the idea is that that funding then is used by the farmer to increase the sustainability of their business. Farmers are tasked with one of the biggest challenges in terms of climate change, which is revolutionizing how food is created and how food is produced and how we manage our land. And so this would give them an opportunity to have a source of income that makes them more resilient and more independent from the current source of income that at the moment are unreliable and sometimes coming from government, for example, very narrow, and so challenging for them to use for what they think is best. And yeah, in the end, people get to go to the farm and see the change that they've made. So Tommy is gonna tell you why this idea is special for us.
So what does the Rural Roots Network are so special? As Gaia presented, we have 3 people that have been working around sustainability and environmental project, as well as me having my interest and field into tourism industry and working with developing rural destinations. So we are a very mission-oriented group that wants to establish more of we see that there's a lack of the volunteerism and the digital solutions for that. So that's where we think there's a possibility for us to come into the market and maybe revolutionize the landscape. As well as I mentioned, the experts we have around us. So we think that we are a great team for doing that. And as well that we think it's a very great idea to kind of like see that it can be developed in all around in the North Atlantic, because the adaptations from being small farms that can service 2 hours experience to maybe a bigger farm that also have hospitality and overnight stays and can then provide different experience and giving them empowerment to the farmers itself. So we, as Guy also presented earlier, we based our grounding in sustainability, and as well using that from the NORA hackathon that we needed to use sustainability goals as well, and that's also where we ground our economy or society and as well the environmental impacts for us. So yeah, as we were also presented that we are a very international group from 4 different countries. Brady from the US, Gaia from Italy, Yuchi is from China, and me from Norway. My other colleagues have been studying together in the Scottish Rural College together, while I have been studying in Salzburg in the university there. So we see that we have a very broad expertise in the environmental and the tourism field. Brady has an expert from rural policy experts and is currently working with agricultural tourism. Gaia is advisor for environmental projects, as well as Yuchi is being an expert of strategical and analytic planning in sustainability, and for me, having the interest of rural destination developments. So yeah, as you see, we come from four different countries, but we are based in Scotland and in Norway. So this is actually the first time we're meeting up since March, and yeah, it's great to actually getting to know these guys as well. So how did we actually come here? So we started with this hackathon lasting 48 hours. It was very intense, and as well, not even managed to get to know all the names at the beginning. We were lucky, or to say we were actually really good to manage to win this competition. So then we got an accelerator and a meeting with experts both from Maine in the US and Edinburgh in Scotland to narrow our idea and to see what's our future plan for developing. We then applied for some fundings and as well did some market research. Brady will later tell us a bit about the market research. And for now, we're standing here today. There you go.
Thank you. Right. So, as Tommy said, closer. As Tommy said, our current step that we are working on is market research. So this has taken the form of some informal conversations with potential hosts as well as potential customers. And what we've gathered so far is that everyone we talked to has been really excited about the idea. There's been a lot of excitement about the potential here, and this is seen as something that could be really useful and needed. A central challenge that we've come across is that looking at farmers to be hosts, farmers come from a background of that is production oriented mostly in terms of raising whether it's an arable crop or livestock on a seasonal basis, selling that, whereas in our business we're looking for hosts to be customer facing and sort of service hospitality adjacent. So that is a hurdle. However, we know that farmers have incredible stories and practical experience to share with tourists that tourists are really eager to hear. So we're excited about the potential there to use that. And then finally, I think a unique point from our business, which Gaia mentioned, is that as an independent company, we would be able to offer farmers this sort of creative funding and this new revenue stream to be used in different ways. So while farmers are always in need of funding to carry out new projects on farm, there's a lot of flexibility that we can offer in terms of co-creating outcomes with these farmers, being sensitive to their individual needs, what they want for their farm and for their community, and how we can make that happen through our app and through these interested travelers who want to contribute to that as well. In terms of what's next for us and our team, we are excited to continue this market research. So in our preliminary meetings with some entrepreneurship experts in the accelerator that followed the NORA hackathon, as well as meetings that we set up, the advice that we've gotten is to get this idea in front of as many people as possible. So for us, we have hosts at one end and potential customers, travelers at the other, and we need to sort of make the business case and show the potential of our idea and get feedback to refine it from both of those ends. We're looking to obtain seed funding. We need to sort of sustain the idea, sustain the progress that we've achieved so far. And then finally, we're looking towards creating a prototype before we commit to a web-based platform or app development, sort of fleshing out a paper prototype which will show how the customer journey will work in practice. And we're looking to create a pilot of sorts with 1 or 2 farms, destinations, a small group of customers to iron out any further problems before we launch. In terms of collaboration and why we're so excited to be at the conference and mingling with everybody here, we are looking for expert advice for development. The tourism market is a fast-moving space. Lots of things get up and get off the ground quickly, and we know how much experience, collective experience there is in this room from people who have seen successes as well as failures in this space. So looking to avoid pitfalls and hear ideas on that front. Farmers are sometimes a hard group to contact and get in touch with, as well as rural businesses more generally. We have an initial network through Scotland's Rural College in Edinburgh. However, we're really looking to keep this as a cross-Atlantic business in the way that it started out of this NORA conference. And we know that there are so many similarities across the NORA regions that we hope to keep this an international effort, and therefore would love to hear anybody who has a contact who would be excited about this, again, whether that's on the host side or the customer-facing side. And then finally, we've already heard, in the short time we've been at the conference so far, we've heard about so many of your ongoing businesses and organizations, and we're looking to link up those sorts of things with our app as it develops, and we've seen a lot of incredible tie-ins already. So here's a contact address to get in touch with us. You can reach out to us through Tommy, and we'd like to say a big thank you to giving us your attention at this presentation, and a big thank you to Nora as well.
Thank you very much, Dan, Gaia, and Tommy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations on the winning
Thank you very
contest.
much. If we have a couple minutes for questions, we're happy to answer some.
Yeah, maybe a couple of minutes, but that would be it.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions or comments? There's one mic. Can we get it right all the way to the door?
Is that working? Hello, hello. I wondered if you could just give us a little more detail about how you seek out people in the farming community and what their priorities tend to be if you ask them what they want to do, because as you've said, they tend to be product orientated, and they've had a lifetime usually of working on the land and thinking they know best about how to use that land. What's their attitude when you put these new ideas in front of them?
Do you want to go ahead, Brady?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something we've encountered. I think there are, while that is true, we have had a few great discussions with farmers who are looking. I know in Scotland there's a lot of action in my work. I've seen a lot of sort of a groundswell movement around diversification, and while it's not every farmer, I think the way around that hurdle is to, again, have sort of pilots and show through best practices the added value that these income streams from diversifying, whether that's rural tourism or adding an output to your farm, can have. So there's agroforestry, there's lots of different projects that have potential to add these diverse income streams outside of traditional production. And I think having sort of highlighting and putting a spotlight on these champions will show the benefits to other farmers and grow our network sort of by word of mouth that way.
Thank you. We'll take one more question, and the rest we'll fix in the... Did you have one more? Oh, no, you didn't. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. The rest we'll take in the lunch break. Thank you. So, we have come to the next speech today. Sine Jungestel is CEO and partner in Innovation and Strategy Agency Group, NAO. She is formerly Development Director with Wonderful Copenhagen. In 2017, Sine was selected among Denmark's top 100 young business talents by Danish media company Berlingske Media. Now, Sine Jungersten is right here with us, from localhood to local good. Velkommen, Sine. Og jeg giver dig et sign, når du har 5 minutter. Den aftale.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here. I'm also a little bit sort of humbled to follow 3 young, maybe revolutionaries, I heard you say, and of course, Anna Pollock. So while Anna is quoting Einstein, everyone I know is quoting Anna Pollock. So that feels like a big stage to step up on. So I've been invited today to talk about localism and this idea of a shift that I see that I'll be sharing with you from localhood to local good. And so I'll sort of be taking you through what I call different exhibits of localism and what it means. So the 3 exhibits that we'll be going through will start in a room exhibiting basically the end. So we'll start off with the end and how that sort of sets a frame and context for the rest of my speech. Then we'll dive into going local and being local. And finally, we'll talk about how we need to shift beyond the idea of social license. So let's dive right in. I thought you were going to say in 2017, I was part of launching the strategy in wonderful Copenhagen. At the time, I was development director there, and so responsible for the strategy process. And we came out with a new strategy in early 2017, which declared the end of tourism as we know it, which of course in 2020 felt more real than ever. We'll get back to that. And so instead of what we knew, we welcomed what we called a new era of localhood. Localhood for everyone. And so the whole idea of that was really sort of a shift that we were seeing, not changing, but already changed, and a sort of dramatic change of how we wanted to work with it. So it was emphasizing this idea of now that everyone had their smartphones with them, they were no longer sort of dependent on the touristic version of a place. They had a new possibility to venture in deeper, to go local, and have a different kind of experience on themselves. And also because, as Anna was saying, the idea of being a tourist was becoming sort of something less and less appealing. You didn't want to be a tourist, you wanted to be a temporary local, which we introduced as a term. And then, of course, in context of that, and the idea of localhood for everyone was, of course, also that this had to be in balance with the permanent locals, the residents of Copenhagen. And this, of course, when we came out with the strategy in 2016, the summer of 2016 was when Skift, the American think tank in tourism, first coined sort of the term over-tourism. We launched in early 2017, and in the summer of 2017, sort of the discussion around tourism, the concerns of the negative impact of tourism on local lives in European cities especially, but also outside the cities. This idea of over-tourism and tourism as sort of an invasive entity was really taking on. We saw increasing protests and so on. So this was kind of the context also of how we had to start working with the strategy. We were talking about people-based growth. We had not actually been discussing over-tourism very much as part of the strategy process, but the strategy came out in that context and became part of that discussion. Then, of course, fast forward to 2020, and it became real. You could say it was actually the end of tourism as we know it, with the pandemic outbreak. And so all of a sudden we were all home alone, and we had time to reflect a little bit on what this means and what we missed, what we didn't miss in terms of in the absence of tourism. Now, as the gentleman over here, who's not sitting there anymore, I see, mentioned from Greenland, who mentioned that throughout this being home alone, we've also had a chance to rediscover our own local hoods, and really sort of challenge this whole idea of being a temporary and a permanent local, but also taking on a touristic identity in our own homes, in our own countries, in our own destinations, and rediscovering that bit. And then, of course, another thing that came out of this absence of tourism has been an increased awareness of the importance of tourism to local communities in terms of local consumption, in supporting local shops, businesses, cultural institutions, restaurants, and so on and so on. And that awareness is kind of now stepping into an era where we can start traveling again. So that's why I'm also highlighting it here. We'll get back to that. And so we see this sort of pandemic pause, horrific pause, but nonetheless a pause of tourism. We've also seen in that pause a lot of destinations using that to have new conversations around tourism. So for example, in Slovenia, Ljubljana, they've had a campaign actually targeted at local residents that was called Tourism Makes Ljubljana. I'm pretty sure it's a translation, I don't know the original sort of framing of the campaign, but Tourism Makes Ljubljana, which was really a campaign all over the city around the different aspects, the different value contributions of tourism, not only in the sort of what we see in a lot of places, this and this is the economic contribution, this and this how many jobs tourism creates, but also in terms of sort of the pathways that were constructed based on funding from tourism, restaurants, culture, and so on. In other destinations, it's been more sort of a discussion on, okay, what have we appreciated in the absence of tourism, and how do we redesign our destinations to maintain that? So, for example, in Lisbon, they're looking at bringing back more permanent life with a new rental scheme to push out a little bit more the short-term rentals within the city center to increase longer-term rentals for locals especially. In Amsterdam, they've been through a big process around redesigning the visitor economy, also sort of tapping into this whole donut economy, which the whole city sort of embraced earlier on, which really focuses on local thrivability and sort of putting the locals, the community, at the very front and center of how they develop tourism and how they discuss tourism, really as the key question, why tourism? It has to contribute, it has to add value to local community and local life. We'll get back a little bit to that. So this was just sort of to start with the end. Now we'll dive a little bit into what this all means. So the next exhibition room is really sort of exploring this idea of going local, of localism, of localhood, first from the sort of perspective of the traveler, then we'll dive a little bit into the perspective of the communities and the destinations, and then finally what it actually means to everyone in this room in terms of being either a destination or a tourism business. How do you grasp this shift from localhood to local good? So going local, of course, we've all seen this. I'm sure all of us are also a little bit guilty of sort of when we go to a new place, we type in Google, like, where do the locals eat? Or how do the locals get around? Or what do the locals do in this place? So really, I think we should see tourism as a kind of identity play. So we do, when we travel, I agree with what we were hearing from Anna and also from our young revolutionaries, this idea of sort of, we want to take on different identities when we travel. We definitely don't want to take on the tourist identity. No one wants to be sort of stand out or identified as a tourist, so we want to blend in. And so we do that, for one, by going local, by doing as locals. There are multiple other identities that you can take on. A foodie, for example, typically also an identity we take on when we travel, if we're into food. Bird watcher, if you're into that. It could be multiple different things, but this is really sort of the identity play of tourism. And so we go into this identity play of taking on a somewhat temporary local identity and display. We do that by diving into what they eat, what they do, how do I look like them? So the question, of course, is this going local experience really a reflection of what is local? What is, dare say it, authentic? And so if we look at an example here from Xiapu in Fujian, it's a county in Fujian province in China. So this county is sort of an old village fishing community where they were sort of celebrated on Instagram for being sort of a back to local authentic life, back to the roots. This was really where you could see sort of the old China. And so a lot of Instagrammers went there in a huge hype because you could take the most beautiful pictures of this back to the roots, back to authentic real life in China. And then very soon it turned out it was all fake. In fact, it was all the people you could see in all the Instagram pictures, they were paid actors. And so this whole idea of Xiapu as sort of going back to local, going back to the authentic roots, was really an Instagram display. Now this is of course an sort of an extreme example, but it does beg the question that we need to ask ourselves when we discuss localism is who and what defines what is local? And in that sort of seeking the experience, we're also sort of diving into that theater of localism, the theater that's put on display. Can you actually access a local experience, or are you accessing a touristic experience that is branded as local? The word local washing, I don't know if you've heard that, but that's being used more and more as part of this discussion in terms of how we talk about what is local and what is a local experience, but really a touristic experience offered as local. But that is also shifting a little bit, because right now we see that discussion happening, maybe also in part because we've all been locals at home, having local experiences, but also with a filter that we actually kind of know when something is more touristic than it is local. But then, of course, you can also say local is just going to the grocery, doing your shopping. But we see this sort of trend now towards slow travel. Now, slow travel was coined by Booking.com, by Intrepid, and slow travel is really sort of the idea that we're coming out of a pandemic, and the key luxury that we see is time. We want to escape our urban, hectic lives. We also want to escape the Zoom screenings, and we want to dive into a place, just escape and be. Now, as part of that, slow travel is also community immersion, so it's not just this idea, this concept or trend of relax and luxury, if you've heard that. It's not only that, it's not just about you sort of taking time off, going off grid. It's also about you diving in, immersing yourself into a local culture, into local food, into connecting with local people. Now, if we look at the research from Booking.com, 75% say that they want to have an authentic experience representative of local culture. So this is a little bit sort of what I was talking about before. We're looking for that local experience. Then, of course, there is the question of, is it really local? This research is, I should mention, based on, I think it's like 28,000 travelers across 30 or something countries, made by Booking.com, published here in 2021. So these are quite new numbers. 42% say that they shopped in small independent stores to support local economy during their travels. Now, this kind of taps back into what I was showing before as well, this increased awareness of the fact that where we consume, where we spend our travel money, goes back potentially to the local economy. At least that's an awareness that we have. It's a priority that we are looking to. 55% actually want to see how their spending will go to support local community. Now, this is an important question, I think, because this is also questioning really sort of, is what I'm seeing just a commodified touristic experience branded as local, or is the consumption that I'm spending on this experience actually going back to local community? Now, for example, G Adventures, which is a big global travel provider, they've introduced this idea of the Ripple score. Don't know if any of you have come across that, but the Ripple score is a number. It's a percentage of how much of the sort of consumption or the travel package that you're buying stays within the local community, how much goes back to the local community. Now, building on that a little, is from slow travel, you could say, which is still very much about your experience of a place. Then, of course, now we're in the home of voluntourism, and this idea of it's not just going to a place and experiencing it as a spectator, it's also about going to a place and contributing, not just through your consumption, but by what you do while there, how you engage, how you connect. So, of course, we all know the story of voluntourism in Faroe Islands and the campaign by Visit Faroe Islands, so I wanted to highlight those that are copying you, because you know you're doing something right when people start to copy you. And so Hawaii actually just launched this program that they call Malama, and I don't know if I pronounced that right, but I know that it means take care of. And basically it's a voluntourism program with about 100 partners, 70 of which I think are hotels. And so what you do is you book your experience in Hawaii, your stay in Hawaii through the Malama sort of platform, and then to get a free night stay in one of the partner hotels, you have to sort of you have to engage in one of the volunteer opportunities that this hotel has sort of designated to its visitors. So it's really sort of making that voluntourism part of the experience and contribution that you have. I've framed it here as funtribution. It's a term I took from some very cool people in Amsterdam who are working with the On Tourism Guide to Amsterdam. They have this idea of funtribution, which is really sort of a part of your travel experience, but also an awareness of giving back. A different example of that, which is just to sort of say, because we have a tendency to talk a lot about voluntourism, I think also inspired by Faroe Islands, as something that you do when you go out in nature and you build pathways and so on, and that's also very much what Hawaii is doing. But another similar example of this is the Open Book in Wigtown, Scotland. I don't know if any of you have heard of that, but it's a bookshop. This town, Wigtown, is actually a town of about 1,000 residents, and they have 10 bookshops. So that's a lot. And it just shows you that that's a core identity for them. They consider themselves the national town of books in Scotland or something like that. And so they have this bookshop, the Open Book, which you can book on Airbnb. And so if you stay there, not only do you have accommodation, you also run the bookshop for whenever that time period is. And you can do that either just by standing there, and locals kind of know that there were new people coming on all the time, so they go in and have a chat. Who's running the bookshop this week? Where are you from? What do you do? But you're also free to sort of make new initiatives. They have a festival that you can contribute to, you can do events and so on. I tried to book this place, it's booked years in advance, so good luck. But it's a good idea, and that's a different kind of contribution, of course. Now, of course, now we also see from contribution from engaging with local communities. Now coming out of COVID, we see this sort of convergence almost, you could say, between going and being local. Because we can stay in places longer now that we've gotten used to working remotely, even though I know we're tired of our Zoom screens. But we can stay longer, and we have a lot of talk about the possibilities of sort of remote working. You also see a lot of destinations tapping into this, a lot of the big commercial platforms. Up here you see an example from Booking.com, who now sort of introduced this tag of work-friendly to the accommodations that they offer, but also destinations like Barcelona. I also included the national parks of Japan, who are introducing Wi-Fi to encourage workcation in the parks. And all these things, there are multiple examples of this, where you're sort of converging, but you're also encouraging longer stays. And what's interesting about this is, of course, that this temporary localness, or localism, is so much, like, it's such a longer stay, it's diving in. Some bring their kids, they have to go to temporary school, but you'll also have to go to the grocery shop. That will become your temporary local grocery shop. So all of a sudden, these local experiences are quite different and actually even more similar to what we as local residents would sense in a place. Now, there's also a sort of even more convergence where you see tourism organizations actually tapping into this idea of remote working, but also shifting their marketing a little bit to that, and not only promoting themselves as a destination for temporary, for shorter stays, but also for stays where you can actually come work, live and play, like in Whistler in Canada, where you can stay for a longer period, but they also have an immense shortage of labor right now, which I'm sure many destinations in here can also recognize. Hospitality is hard hit by this great resignation idea that we see especially from the US, the UK and Germany. And so they're sort of shifting their narratives a little bit around this, not going just from the experience of a place, which we offer to the visitors, but to the sort of experience of actually living a longer time in a place. Now, so that kind of shifts us into a little bit this idea of, okay, if this is what the visitors are doing, if this is what the travelers are doing, what is the perspective from the destinations? Because as a destination marketeer, as a DMO, or even as a tourism business, what we all do is we're selling places, we're selling experiences of things that we don't own. So very few of us actually own the product that we're selling. Even if you have a boat and you take people on whale safaris, you don't own the whales, you don't own the seas. If you have a tourism shop, a souvenir shop, or a restaurant, or a hotel in a city, you don't own your product. You own what you do with the destination that you are part of, but you don't own the destination, you are dependent on that destination. And in that follows a responsibility, of course, of how we promote that and how we represent the destinations that we are selling. So as I mentioned in the beginning, Amsterdam has come up with this whole idea of redesigning the visitor economy, where they want to shift from focusing on quality tourism to valuable visitors. Now, I think this is quite interesting because it's a different approach, it's a different sort of way of talking about tourism. It's not about the quality, whether or not they spend this and this much, or where they're from, and so on. It's about the value that they add to your place and the value that they add to local communities. Now, communities are first, and it's all about neighborhoods, and it's about involving the residents, the cultural institutions, the local businesses, and giving back to them. I'll bring you a concrete example of that. And then it's about making the city center livable, and they're doing that in part by relocating at least part of the red light district and closing down the windows, so you won't be able to walk around and have that same experience that you used to have, because it doesn't add value to local lives. That's the whole point of it. And so what they're really shifting to is, what you can say Amsterdam is an interesting example, because throughout sort of the discussions pre-COVID around over-tourism, Amsterdam Marketing, Amsterdam and Partners it's now called, actually said we're not doing any marketing. And we haven't done any marketing for years. We don't want to market to attract more visitors. Now they're actually shifting that strategy a little bit, and they want to take back their narrative of their city. And they're taking that back based on a value-based narrative. So it's actually a value-based narrative cornered around freedom, the idea of freedom. Freedom not to do whatever you damn please when you're here, but freedom to take a responsibility, a shared responsibility with locals alike. And so they are inviting people to come to Amsterdam if they can contribute to that, if they share those values and if they can add value to it. To leave the place better than they found it is basically what they're saying. Now, we see this in a lot of different places, and what I'm really talking about now is the responsibility of representing that place, of not just saying it's about what visitors come and what they want to do, and we have to reflect that and sort of encourage them to do less harm, as Anna was saying, but it's actually also about taking responsibility as destination, as tourism businesses, in terms of providing the right framework, the framework that actually reflects the destination, the community that you are. So in the US, for example, you have a lot of discussions right now. We don't have them that much here in Europe yet, or in our part of the world, but I'm sure we will very soon, around diversity, equity, and inclusion, or inclusivity. And so part of that is, of course, showing the real destination that you are. It's not about sort of the tourism fantasy of a place. It's about the real quality of that place and about the real communities of that place. So in New York, for example, they have this campaign that they call the Freedom to Be, which is celebrating all the subcultures, all the affinity groups of the Black community of New York City. And as part of that, actually, they've also hired a senior director of multicultural content. But it's not only about how we market, it's not only about the content that we put out. It's also about how we create equity in the tourism businesses that we support, in the tourism businesses that we partner with, whether or not you're a DMO, a destination, or a business yourself. So as you can see here, just an example from Visit Fort Worth, who's really pushing out sort of the Black-owned businesses of their destination. You can see this in multiple other versions, of course, not just with but with minority cultures, with minority groups all over the place. It's not only about sort of this idea of empowering local values. It's not only about people. And when I say only, I probably shouldn't say that. But it's about the true values of place. So those values can be anything. In Amsterdam, it's freedom. Helsinki is also using freedom. But in a place like Jackson Hole, it's also the idea of nature being something that we have to take care of together. And so it's not an experience that you have the right to go to experience in any way that you want. And they have a campaign that they call Tag Responsibly. So we just had that discussion before about Instagram and sort of the places you go to. And they ask people not to tag where they are, not to tag the beautiful pictures they take, because then you just have more people going. And so you have to take responsibility for the waves, for the sort of traffic or the flow that you generate as a visitor, but also in part of sort of taking responsibility for the values of that place that you are allowed, you're privileged to visit. Now, all of this, what does it mean really in terms of us, and what is sort of the big shift that I see in localism right now? And it's really about us in this room, more so than it is about the visitors who want a local experience. And so we've talked a lot about this, both through the pandemic and before the pandemic, in discussions of over-tourism, this idea of what is really our social license to operate. This is not just for destinations, for tourism organizations. Again, it's also for tourism businesses. What is our social license to operate? What is our social license to work with tourism, to bring tourism to places, to destinations, to communities that we don't own? Have they invited tourism in? What value does tourism contribute to these places? Now, when we talk about social license to operate, I think this is actually a model or sort of a framework that was developed for the mining industry, I think. So hopefully quite far from tourism. That could be a discussion in itself. But so there are different levels of social license, and we very often sort of jump to acceptance, tolerance, or approval support in tourism. We like to ask if you support what we do, and so can we continue doing it? And the sort of the next level of social license is co-ownership, so it's collaborating around tourism, doing projects together. And then, of course, no social license means that you're rejected. You have opposition, which is basically what we saw from protests around European cities against over-tourism. But this is not something new. This is something we've seen in tourism for a while. This idea of social license and this idea that we kind of have to get the locals on board with what we're doing. So we've seen resident sentiment surveys sort of really increasing. They were there before COVID. They've increased during COVID, I think, also because we've had time to do them. And so asking residents, what do you think of tourism? How do you perceive tourism? How does tourism impact your lives? In Thomson Okanagan in Canada, they also do a happiness index survey. So it's really shifting a little bit the focus of is tourism okay to are you okay? And how can tourism be part of that? Now, throughout the pandemic, there we go. Throughout the pandemic, we've had time to have these conversations in new ways. So what we see now is from a shift in sort of surveying, what do you think? How are you? Are you okay? Is tourism okay? We've shifted to, what do you think we should do? We started asking for ideas. In Atout France, in the National Tourism Organization of France, they did a huge campaign on sort of ideas from local residents to, well, from French people, to bring ideas of what does responsible tourism look like? What should it look like? They also had a parallel campaign that was targeted at visitors all around the world. What do you think you can do when you're in France to contribute to a more responsible tourism? In London, that's more on a city level, but I've seen this in many, many places across Europe especially. They have also an open sort of ideation process of how should London look? How should the future of London look? Now, we've all had to pause, so let's reflect and bring ideas. Now, within tourism, we've seen these new dialogues also create some tensions in a different way. For example, Key West, where locals, in the absence of cruise ships, decided they definitely did not want them back. And so pushed through a local vote, actually got it through to sort of to only allow smaller cruise ships back after the pandemic. It was since then the cruise the cruise industry started their advocacy machine, and now it's been pushed back. But now from political side, they're sort of pushing. So there is a good push and pull now going on. But the locals actually started that conversation there. In Bordeaux, France, they've also been through a responsible tourism process or a sustainable tourism process where they've really sort of had an open representative discussion around the future of tourism to not just the city of Bordeaux, but to the whole region of Bordeaux. And as part of that, they've kind of actually pinpointed some of the issues that I think a lot of the destinations, especially in here, will recognize around representation. Because I know that there are at least 2 destinations, if not more in here, who will be thinking like, oh, then I have to talk to locals, and they're always kind of either mad or annoying, or they have bad ideas and they don't really understand tourism. Which is probably true to an extent that these are the people that show up. So the problem is very often that we haven't managed to make tourism very relevant to those discussions that we have with them around the quality of their life. We're inviting them into a conversation around our agenda. What do you think of what I'm doing? What do you think we should do with tourism, rather than saying, what do you think this community should be like, and how could tourism then be part of that? But in Bordeaux, what they did was they did this open forum. They have 28 cities within the province, within the region, and from each city there were 2 representatives, but each representative also represented different communities. So you had one who, for example, also represented the schools, you had one who represented people in prison, and so on. And so they were really sort of very meticulous about the representativity of the people involved. They then build out working groups, and through those working groups build out recommendations that are then carried into the final strategy. But they also established this website called Agora Tourism, the Agora, the place of conversation of tourism, that is not just about the strategy process, it's a place of ongoing conversation that will also be there a long time after. Now in Barcelona, they did this years ago. In Barcelona, they established their tourism council in 2016. It's a council with representatives of the industry, of local communities, of each of the different local communities of the city, of the city council, of academia, and so on and so on. And it's basically a group that is brought together on a regular basis to discuss issues of the city, specifically relating to tourism. Now, when you talk to them, they'll also tell you it's very, very difficult. And at least for the first year, they just practiced having a conversation. Just how to get to a place where we can have a conversation around this. But then, slowly, started different kinds of conversation, because once you get to know people, you can also start to understand the different agendas in the room and how to actually have those discussions around what would this look like. Now, what's actually very interesting about this is that they also have a mechanism of empowerment. And I'll get to that, because I think that's really where we are now, in how we discuss this idea of social license, of localism as part of how we work. We talk a lot about local communities. We talk a lot about how tourism should be part of that. We do engage in resident sentiments, we ask local communities what they want, but to what degree do we actually use what they tell us? How do we actually see the change of it? We're asking for input, but we're not very good at showing the output and not very good at showing where does it lead, what is the outcome of this process. So if you look at different sort of participatory frameworks, I took this one, which is sort of the, I think it's called the public participation spectrum of the International Association for Public Participation. And so they have these 5 different degrees of participation. And one is, of course, to inform. I think many of us do that, whether we have our own business or we have a destination that we manage or we're responsible for. We are good at informing, also because it gives us attention and gives people to know what we're doing. We consult. We have seen that a lot, actually, throughout the pandemic as well, with new strategies coming out. They're all in open consultation processes where we're asking for ideas or for suggestions. But it's very untransparent, usually, how these ideas and suggestions are then applied and used. We involve, we do workshops, we do different kinds of ideation fora to inform what we do. Again, not a lot of transparency necessarily in how it's then applied. We collaborate projects where we bring together communities, where we bring together stakeholders. And finally, the last part of this is we empower. Now, I think this is really a time where we need to discuss what that means, because we can keep discussing the importance of evolving community, of participation, but unless we're very clear on where we want to be the tourism professionals that make decisions about what should happen and where we want to empower, participation will have no meaning. So that's why in Group Now, the company that I founded, we've declared this Time for Democracy, which is basically a new project that we're starting now with 20 different destinations, and also a parallel project in North America, which will be interesting to see how those two differ. But it's really about sort of getting closer to what does this mean. If we have to make participation, if we have to make local social license to operate meaningful, what does it mean? What does it look like for destinations? And that actually leads me to a final slide that I wanted to show, which is just an example of how that part of that empowerment could and maybe should look like. Because a part of empowerment is also money. It's basically how we invest the funds that we get in. It's how we invest in the future of tourism and the future of our communities. And those decisions, where do they lie? So that's what I meant by the Barcelona Tourism Council. They actually have the power, you could say, to recommend how 50% of the tourism tax revenue should be spent in the city on community projects, for example. Now, 50% of nothing is, of course, not very much, so I am guessing that throughout the pandemic it hasn't been a very fruitful business or much of a power, but still the idea is there. In Amsterdam, they're in the new Redesigning the Visitor Economy strategy, they've also introduced this idea of community funds. So Amsterdam actually, just before the crisis, introduced a couple of new taxes. For one, a transit passenger tax, a tax on cruise passengers, and so on. And part of those tax revenue funds will now go into these community funds, which are then allocated, which are invested through a decision-making process by local community representatives and local businesses, again, in local community development. In Austin, Texas, 50% of the accommodation tax is allocated to local music industry. Now, this is not necessarily a democratic process, but it is a reinvestment in the core values of the city, of the destination. In Wigtown, I'm assuming it would be in books. Balearic Islands, of course, have their quite famous, quite well-known sustainable tourism tax. Again, not a democratic process, but it's a way of showing your local residents why tourism, of reinvesting in what matters to the local community. And in Hawaii, I'm sure a lot of you have followed sort of the discussions there with sort of the quite early massive flow of American visitors to Hawaii in the pandemic time. They're now discussing the idea of a visitor impact fee. Now, I included that. There's no decision on it. It's just a discussion. But I included that because I often get reactions whenever I say tax. People are like, oh, let's not talk about taxes. It's so horrible. But maybe we just need to reframe how we think about it. Maybe it's not a tax in the sense that we thought it was, but it is a way of sort of getting visitors to pay back to community, and they can be designed in a lot of different ways. Now, they don't actually regulate visitor flows, but they actually, when you do consultancies, when you do consultation processes around a tourism tax, they have, in general, quite a high local approval rate, because it does show you how you can sort of redesign a lot of the visitor economy to reinvest, to give back to local communities, and not just go into the big black hole of policy. And so the reason why I'm talking about this is, of course, also because we launched a white paper just last year, I guess it was, on this idea of how can we redesign tourism taxes for better and stronger communities. and for sustainability, of course. But I also think it's important because we do see this tendency across a lot of the cities, a lot of the destinations, a lot of the communities, just not involving necessarily tourism, but participatory budgeting is a big thing across most of the Nordic destinations, across most of the Nordic societies, and also increasingly so across most European cities. It's basically allocating a part of the public budget to a more democratic process of having votes, having public suggestions on how should we spend, how should we invest. Why not make tourism part of that? And so just to summarize, so I'm at my last minute, sort of the key points I wanted to make today is that we see this shift from going from focusing on local experience, so localhood as the experiential level, what we offer, what we give, whether or not it is actually really local, to local contribution or contribution. It goes from being customer-centric, putting the customer first, always delivering what the customer wants, and then sort of adapting our product to that, to being community-centric. We put the community first, and then we define everything that adds value to that. It's about tourism as adding value or providing value to destinations through economic contributions, but actually more shifting to discussing what are the community values. Not so much the economic value, but what are the community values of a place, of people, and how is tourism part of contributing to that? You could also say that it means that it's not so much about standing out, which is, I guess, a sort of paradigm shift in how we do marketing. We're used to thinking that we need to differentiate ourselves. But it's actually more about standing for something. What do you stand for? And how do you communicate those values through the way that you communicate, you promote, and you sell your destination? And then finally, it's shifting from just this idea of having sentiment in focus. What is the resident sentiment to tourism? What do they think of what we do? To actually empowering, to actual real participation, and not just necessarily you as a tourism stakeholder inviting into a conversation about what's important to you, but maybe also listening to what's important to everyone else. And then shifting a little bit the focus from input solely to output outcome. So that was sort of my quite broad presentation on the idea of localism and how I see that idea shifting through multiple different layers. So thank you so much for playing along.
Thank you, Sine. This is leaving us with 10 minutes for questions or comments. Maybe some local comments or questions about local good. Yes? There was a lot of info, but no comments or questions?
I'll be here for the next 48 hours.
Yes,
so you can also ask questions then.
I'm thinking about all these challenges. Are they a lot larger today, like post-pandemic?
A lot larger. I think they're not growing smaller, but it's different. Yeah, I think it's different. But I think also the question that Anna got around: will it just return as we knew it? Are we reversing the end, or are we actually making use of this momentum? Which, in many ways, it is a momentum right now. So you know, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't necessarily. Someone said post-pandemic before, and every time I hear that, I'm thinking we'll never be post-pandemic. I don't think we will be. I think we will sort of grow to live with it, but we'll also have multiple other crises, just again to be the bearer of good news. So I think in these sort of, it's difficult to say if the problems are growing bigger in terms of over-tourism or the problems we knew, but our problems are definitely growing bigger in general. And Anna was showing a very good slide with all the climate issues that we've experienced over the summer. And that will very, very quickly become part of a tourism agenda, both for the reasons that Anna was saying, but also because it will very quickly also become part of how we consider where to go and travel. It's going to be a key consideration. If you want to go to Greece next summer, you'll be attentive to the fact of whether or not it was where you had forest fires or wildfires. You know, all these things will start becoming. You saw the Safe City Index coming out a few months ago, and environmental factors have now become sort of the 5th component of the Safe City Index. So these are just sort of aspects of where we're going with the situation that we're in. It's VUCA time, so I don't think our problems will become smaller.
So different challenges. Yes?
Scaling.
Any questions or comments? No? You just said it all.
Emil?
Here was one. I'm sorry. Here you go.
Microphones from both. he needs two.
Hello, I am Emil from Copenhagen, also working with the Faroe Islands on a lot of strategy work, but I think there's a point as well in understanding that the destination organizations, the mandate that they have vary from place to place, and I think that one of the main issues, also very eloquently established in your presentation, is that today it's not as much about tourism as a lot more. It's so much integrated into society on so many levels that the role for a sole organization working primarily with tourism is not as relevant as an organization working with all these perspectives that you presented. So is that something that you see in your travel around the world, that you have organizations changing their mandate to work in a broader sense or work with, I guess, bigger problems than just tourism?
Yes, definitely, and I agree. I think, and I think it's also a key question that we need to discuss when we are talking about these things. That we've engaged in discussions quite often about the M in DMO. Is it marketing or is it management? And the fact of the matter is that first of all, it doesn't really matter. No one cares what the M stands for. Everyone cares what you stand for. But the other part is that the DMOs very, very rarely have a mandate to manage anything. Like, you need urban planners, or you need, policymakers, or also the communities. That's the whole idea of democracy. And so I think there's also that challenging a little bit how much the DMOs can change, but at least they can be a positive part of contributing to that change, I think. And we need to sort of, but I do see that tendency that you're talking about. I used Thompson Okanagan before, and what's interesting about them as a destination is actually that they're partnering with a lot of non-traditional tourism partners within experts of eco-solutions, of energy advisors, but also with the indigenous community, and with lots of different, they also have a partnership with, I don't remember, the Association for Spinal Injuries or something like that, which is their way of saying, how do we get better at inviting or welcoming accessible tourism, or making ourselves an accessible destination? But they're partnering with non-touristic partners, which I think is a way of at least challenging the mindset of us having to stay within tourism for the solutions we're looking for. Anna.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think the challenge right now for DMOs is that they're held to account for increasing tourism, improving tourism. Their focus is on tourism, and they're often not the agency that can change the KPIs that they're held accountable for. So what I think is happening is that as people begin to take a more holistic look at the health of a community, they'll ask, how can tourism contribute to that? So you may think it's really odd to have a tourism organization thinking about spinal injuries, but tourism as a contribute to rebuilding health, for example. Yeah. Mental health is a major problem right now. So how can we play a role in getting people outside, looking after people who are less fortunate and getting them enjoying those spaces, et cetera, et cetera. So a much broader mandate. And that for which we have to push as citizens as well as DMOs. Yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
But building healthy environments in the local areas, I dare not say, but maybe isn't that just a matter of staying at home, or instead of traveling? Or is that the...
I think there's a tendency, again, I go back to how we're trained to think in either or, black or white. Stay at home, don't stay at home. It's not that simple. Do a little of both. But what we're not been doing is asking the question, how do we contribute to the well-being of the whole? We've been trained to say, how do we get more visitors? And that's a very, very different question.
Yes? Anybody? Last chance, last call. Okay, let's go for lunch. We'll have to go outside here and downstairs and then walk all the way through the lobby. It's a nice quiet walk, and then you'll go back up to the restaurant over here for lunch. And let's meet again here 10 after 1. Okay? Thank you very much. Have. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I did. Before we go on in the program, I have an idea to sell. Actually, the how do you call it? Workshops are not traditional workshops. It's not like you're going to have to sit in a ring and produce stuff and write and say clever things. It's actually presentations just in a smaller forum. So you can just easily just go ahead and sign up to the workshops. One of them will be here, which is the local involvement will be here, and the two others are downstairs. And there will be signs on the doors downstairs. So, our next presentation. The possibility of an island, that should be interesting to us locals. Sida Kopp is an 8th-generation Fogo Islander. She is the founder and CEO of Shorefast, which is a Canadian charity that uses business-minded means to help secure economic and cultural resilience for Fogo Island. After graduating high school on Fogo Island, she left home to study business in Ottawa, where she had a successful career in high tech. But, and this is interesting to us too, because then she returned to Fogo Island to help grow another lake on the island's economy to complement its fishery. That may sound familiar to some of us. Sida is also an innkeeper of Fogo Island Inn, and what a place. I Googled it yesterday, and I sent the link to my friends, telling them that here is our next destination. And they asked me to ask you if it was, if the weather was nice and if the wine was cheap. So we'll be there next week, I guess. So now, Sida is here to hold her speech, The Possibility of an Island. Welcome, Sida Kopp.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think the sun is coming out, or is that just a, or is it just a projector? I'll stand over here. Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. I have a feeling that you're going to recognize a lot of this. I hope so, anyway. All of the images that you see are from Fogo Island, although you might think them from some other part of the world, like yours. Fogo Island is known as one of the 4 corners of the flat Earth. So says the Flat Earth Society, which is a wonderful piece of lunacy that was reinvented so we could have a kind of a mental framework to talk about all these complex problems that Anna so well described this morning. So there's a Canadian writer named Andrew Potter who has a new, very small book. And as Voltaire said, and he quotes, "You should be very frightened of small books because revolution comes in small packages." Anyway, Andrew Potter says, do you feel like every year things get worse? If you feel like that, it's because they are. Because we have, we humans, have picked all the low-hanging fruit. And we've had at least 50 serious years of an externality-dependent economy, which basically means nature and culture were undervalued. And I think at the root of, we're always looking to get to the root of things, which is Anna's talk again. If we can get to the root of it, of course, we're going to be able to understand it. And I think we have a problem of valuation, in a way. And the relationship between the financial value of things and their inherent value is clearly broken. And so if we know that's the issue, then we kind of know what we have to work on. And of course, tourism is deeply implicated in the undervaluing of nature and culture. Whether we're talking about the plague of corporatism that has taken over much of the tourism world, and as Sina says, you know, that company that put that hotel on that beautiful beach wherever doesn't own the sunset, doesn't own the beach, but is instrumentalizing place in order to extract economic value for some distant shareholder. Well, clearly, this can't go on. And sometimes, I mean, that's why I love this quote so much, we're all victims in this mess, and we're all perpetrators in this mess. And sometimes, like in St. John's, which is the capital of Newfoundland, we have a little tiny city of, I don't know, 200,000 people, in come monster cruise ships. And it's, of course, I understand that the municipality of St. John's benefits from the tax revenue that comes from the cruise ships. But that is basically subpar optimizing, because they're optimizing for their local budget, not for the whole of the community. So the happy news about it is, as Anna so well laid out, life is relational. And the industry that we all work in should be, when it's done properly, about relationships. So I think we have the best opportunity as a sector to lead the change. And I think to lead that change, we have to start thinking about it not as tourism, but let's talk about it and think about it as hospitality. So hospitality, the root of that is host. And implied in that is hosts have to have a right to say no. And so when Sina's talking about, the kind of communities getting up in arms, because they didn't invite 1 million people over for dinner, but they find them in the streets when they go out of their house. So I think as we rethink and restart, let's start from hospitality, start from the point of view of hosts, which is going to take you right to place, because they live in the place. Everything I say is about all of us, or at least I want it to be about all of us, even though it's going to seem like it's about Fogo Island. But I do think that a small island is a good proxy for a small planet, because we can understand things in smaller scales and then scale it up to the bigger situation. So this is Fogo Island, and that's the Faroes. It took me 2.5 days to get here, because there is a geography of the world, and then there's the airline geography of the world, which is not the same. We are the custodians, whether we know it or not, of one of the most important carbon sinks on the entire planet in the North Atlantic Basin. It's a more powerful carbon sink than all of the terrestrial sources of carbon sink. And that's another story. We don't have time to talk about it. So here's Fogo Island off the northeast coast of Newfoundland and Labrador, which is the last province of Canada to join. We joined Canada in 1949. Newfoundland and Labrador is 500,000 square kilometers, 500,000 people. We're always comparing ourselves to Iceland. And so we think if they can be independent, why can't we? There's Fogo Island. It's 4 times the size of Manhattan, and the Faroes, your entire landmass, is 4 times the size of Fogo Island. Everything is about geography, 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 because culture is nothing more than a human response to a place. 10 little communities on this island. I grew up there. I'm 63 years old, and I think I've lived in 3 centuries. Until I was 10, I hadn't been to the town that's 5 kilometers away. I grew up in a community called Jobat's Arm. And the inn that you'll see images of, is where that red dot is. Anyway, this island was settled by European people that came from England and Ireland about 400 years ago. And so, as an 8th generation Fogo Islander, people look at me and think, oh, your people just got here. But I know over here, people have been here forever. But by North American standards, we've been there a long time. That's not, of course, talking about the indigenous people. So this is the inn, and I have to say that is the least important thing about Fogo Island. It's nothing more than a cherry on a very old cake. It's a Trojan horse. It's a Trojan horse for a set of ideas that I'm going to talk about. Now we're going to talk about the things that have inherent value. And for us, our culture is derived from the North Atlantic cod, and this is the tagline from a book called Cod by a New Yorker. I don't know what was wrong with all of us. The New Yorker had to write a book about cod. I guess we were just asleep or something. Anyway, this is why the English and Irish came to Newfoundland and Labrador. It's why we stayed, and it's still the most important thing. We built communities that looked like this. This is the Irish community of Tilting on the island. We built structures like this that have a very obviously, every time I come to the Nordic area, you go to Lofoten, I think, oh, geology is different, language is different, but our architecture, our response to place is similar, because that's what culture is. And so these are fishing stages, and I love them because I think they too are an imaginary, they're real, but they're imaginary because they're in the kind of liminal space, like they're on the land, but there's the ocean. They're in the space in between, which is a very rich space for even thinking about things. So we fished like this for 350 years. That's a cod trap. I don't know if you use cod traps over here, but that cod trap is attached to the shore by a line called a shore fast. So the organization that I founded with my brothers at home 15 years ago is called Shore Fast. It's a metaphor. May we always be shore fast here in this place. But look how close we fished to shore. And then this happened. When these things started to show up when I was 10, it was like the arrival of the 20th century. Because our island had no running water, we had no health care, my parents couldn't read and write. It was a perfect life. Because it was a perfect community life. They appeared suddenly from every country on earth, and it took no time at all to take just about every last fish out of the ocean, but you know this story. I know you know this story. My father was Lambert, and he could not figure this out because he didn't have any economic logic. We traded our fish at the end of the season. We were salt fish people because we didn't get electricity until 1971. So he didn't have this, he understood what money was, but we traded for the things we needed. But he sort of figured out that they must be turning the fish into money. Now, without knowing it, he actually was talking about what we now call financialization. And so so what happened in Newfoundland and Labrador at this time, when the inshore fishery collapsed, the government of the province decided we've got to resettle all of these coastal communities. And so hundreds of communities were resettled. People moved their homes just like this. We built everything out of wood on Fogo Island, and so you can float a house. On Fogo Island, it played out a bit differently. We didn't get resettled because, well, I think partly because we're an island off an island, so we have more stickiness with place, but also because a miracle happened, which is why, even though I started talking about decline, I'm a hugely optimistic person about what I think we can do. In the midst of the sort of government authorities who looked at this place and said, we have to move these people out, they're going to starve to death, they have nothing, look at all their problems, blah, 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 arrived an artist, a filmmaker. The National Film Board of Canada had a program at the time looking at sources of poverty, rural and urban, and this filmmaker showed up with a community economic development worker from the university in St. John's, and they had no answers, which was wonderfully refreshing. They just had questions. And in asking their questions, I remember I showed you there were 10 communities all around the island. We didn't know each other. We also had religious differences. Catholics and Protestants came from England and Ireland, brought all the differences, made them bigger. But suddenly, in a mindset change, when I was around 10, people like my father, I really almost, you don't quite know if you remember accurately, but it seems to me that my father one day went, he was Catholic, like, why are we so crooked with the Protestants? And suddenly religion didn't matter anymore. But provoked by art, because art is a way of critical thinking. As John McKnight, who is one of my heroes, said, artists are like reverse magicians. Magicians make things disappear, artists make things appear. And I really believe we were saved by art. So if you Google the Fogo process, you'll see 27 beautiful little films, which are really like a textbook case in how to do proper economic development. Out of that process came the Fogo Island Cooperative, which owns the fishery on our island to this day. So our fishery is owned by the plant workers and the fishers. We have 3 processing plants. The biggest fishery now is crab. These are crab pots. Next is shrimp, the little tiny North Atlantic shrimp, and Greenland halibut. Cod is a 4th. Cod is trying to make a comeback. I don't know what the situation over here, I'm sure is different. But anyway, I can tell you, if not for this co-op, I wouldn't be here telling you about Fogo Island because nobody would be living on Fogo Island. And a lot of my talk is going to be about ownership. So this is my father. And when I was 10, in the midst of all of this, he said, you have to figure out how this money thing works because it's going to eat everything we love. And so I studied business. because he said I should, and I always did what he said. When I was studying business in the 70s in Ottawa, Schumacher's book, Small is Beautiful, came out. If you haven't read it, true to its title, it's a small book. If you haven't read it, you really must. Nature and culture are the two great garments of human life, and business and technology are the two great tools that can and should serve them. And this is not what we've been doing. So we're in the midst of trying to get this turned on its head. And I agree with Anna, the spirit and the energy of the change has arrived. The old will resist the new, but this turn is happening. Schumacher didn't mean everything had to remain small. What he meant was the way to make something big, like a planet, is to start with the small, because we're only human. You know, our consciousness only goes so far. We can't love a whole planet, but we can love a small island and then be thoughtful about how we network all of the smalls, called the places we live, into the whole. And that connective tissue should be our business systems. So I finished my career. I went sailing for a while, and then I went home. And I have 6 brothers. We jokingly say I have 2 useful ones because they worked with me in this. And I took the money from my career and put it into this thing called Shorefast. Now, we could have taken, you know, that there are 2,500 people today that live on Fogo Island. We could have taken the money, put it into 2,500 little bags, and gone around and given everybody a little bag of money, and then, you know, I could have gone back sailing. But I realized that that wasn't going to add up to anything. And so I really believe in business. I think it's such a powerful tool of organizing. And I learned how to do it, and I wanted to create assets on our island that complemented the fishery, and to do it in a way that the ownership was local, and that I could die anytime I like, and Fogo Islanders would have an economic engine that would fuel place. This is the vision of Shorefast, and it is about networking, and it's about specificity. Fogo Island, yeah, it's special. That's not what's important. What's important is that it is specific, because joy and knowledge lives in the specific. This is how we're organized. The charity owns a number of businesses. The Inn is the largest. We operate them as social businesses or community businesses, which means we need to make some return to capital, some profit. We target 15%. We were closed for 15 months, and so we just reopened this summer, so I can assure you we didn't get it in the last 15 months. But we take the surplus or the profit, it goes back to the charity and gets reinvested in the community in these initiatives on the right, which really have to do with knowledge, all of them. The biggest one is art, and I'm going to talk about that as I go. So this is what I think is happening, and I hope I live to see it. I think these two circles are coming close together. I think every business that has a social license needs to be a social business, and that's just it. And I think the biggest bank in the world could get up tomorrow morning, and the shareholders could decide, and people do make these decisions, could decide we're going to operate as a social business. We just have to decide. When I moved to Ottawa, I saw cauliflower for the first time, which was like quite a revolutionary moment because we didn't grow these things. I realized I was studying business, reading Schumacher, and this is a beautiful fractal. And I realized like Fogo Island is, everyone's looking for their metaphor. We have trees, Anna, but this is our metaphor. It's a cauliflower. It's a fractal that repeats and repeats. Fogo Island is a tiny floret. Toronto is a bigger floret. Beijing is a bigger one. We're all held together by the stem. The stem has 2 jobs to do: hold us all together, because there's just one, and bring nutrition to the florets, to the places we live. The stem, these are our human systems, our business systems, our information systems. And I realized when I was in business school that what happened in the 60s on Fogo Island when, as my father said, they were turning fish into money, they forgot, these big companies that own those ships, they forgot that their job was to bring nutrition to the florets. So whatever you do for a living, I love to make this talk to business students, by the way. Whatever you do for a living, remember your job is bring nutrition to the florets. Anna mentioned John. Anna and I did not collaborate on our presentations, I have to tell you, but the intersection points, you spoke about John Fullerton. I have a lot of respect for John as well. He came out of the Wall Street system. I'm not going to leave this up, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but please go to his website. He's a brilliant thinker about regenerative economy. So when I started there on Fogo Island, it was actually quite a funny thing. For 2,500 people, we had 5 town councils and 5 mayors. We were like the most overgoverned people in the world. And the mayor of the town I grew up in, he said to me, he says, you know, you came out of the business world. You are a dangerous element because you people think that everything is going to get done in a hurry and that you think you overestimate what you know. He said, you better go out and get yourself informed about something called ABCD, Asset-Based Community Development. And John McKnight, in my opinion, is the best thinker in this. This is the approach that we took to the projects that I'm going to describe to you on the island. And these are the questions you ask in asset-based community development. So what John McKnight says, he said, you know, typically when a community gets into trouble, everybody says, oh, they're poor, you know, or they don't have any education and they got health problems, and we're all focused on the problems. But nobody ever built a future based on what they don't know and don't have. Instead, this is the mindset shift now. What do we know? What do we have? What do we miss? What do we love? And what can we do about it? Now you're focusing on assets. And when you make that mind shift, like I think there's not a community on the planet that can't have a future. Well, actually, there might be one, and it will be the one that nobody loves. So if nobody loves a place, then you know the game's up. And so when you get to the last question, what can we do about it? That's really exciting territory. So this idea of how do we harness the intrinsic value in a place? In other words, instrumentalize ourselves for the benefit of our own place before we get instrumentalized by somebody else. That is the key. And it's very hard in places that were very early into the tourism game, who have been instrumentalized by a plague of corporatism, and how they make their way back from that is really hard. But this is why this is a room full of really lucky people. And I hope we all know that. So in terms of assets, I want to show you that we have puffins too. And we have whales. And I don't think you have caribou, though, over on the Faroes. We have caribou. And you meet them. Yes, you get a sense of place. We build homes like this. My friend Pete says every year, half of Greenland breaks off and comes down on top of us. Because we're in the Labrador Current, and the Labrador Current comes right by Fogo Island. So I should have said, we are at 49 degrees, 44 minutes north, so quite a bit south of here. But the terrain is the subarctic terrain because of the Labrador Current. So we have the same berries as much further north in Europe. But this is multi-year ice that has come from Greenland, and with it every year come millions of seals. We used to have a seal fishery. We don't anymore because the market's been destroyed. That's too long a story to tell. And then after that come icebergs. I need to say, though, last year there were no icebergs. Not because they didn't break off in Greenland. They surely did. But because the sea temperatures have warmed so much, the pack ice is not lasting. And so the icebergs just get washed out to sea. We didn't start with a hospitality project. It was a holistic set of initiatives conceived all together, but we started with art because tourism, I know you all know, is a dance with the devil. And we wanted to bring in the critical thinking and the resistance to it from the beginning. And so we started with something called Fogo Island Arts, because art is thinking. And I learned when I was 10 years old that if you have a particularly difficult problem to solve, you better bring in the artists. And so we did. Fogo Island Arts is a residency-based contemporary art program. We welcome people from around the world into residency. It's not a production residency, it's a thinking residency. And we built some studios, which I'll show you. We publish, we have an art gallery, that's what that last image was. And so we built 4 studios. So we've been building things with wood for hundreds of years, but we had never built anything that was contemporary in design. And so the architect that we engaged for the studios and also the inn grew up in Newfoundland and is based in Bergen. And he said, what's the brief? And I said, the brief is very simple. You have to figure out how to express in contemporary architecture what we have learned in 400 years of clinging to this rock. Because we're not going to copy things from the 1800s, because that just says we have nothing new. We're not thinking anything new. I'm going to talk about the past, but it needed to be architecture that holds the past and kind of leans into the future. And so these studios are all off the grid, and they are scattered around the island. They're just workspaces, not living spaces. The Caribou had a really hard time adjusting to this particular one. They've come to like it now. They're crossing the sea ice here. I don't know why the ones at the back have decided this is probably not safe. We're just going to turn back. And to make these studios, you know, the architect, he did what architects do. He made drawings, and our guys don't build from drawings. So they make model scales of everything, same way we approach boat building and scale it up. They solve the problems at model scale, which is the same thing as saying, let's solve some of the world's problems at model scale, at island scale. And then Kate Newby from New Zealand was one of the early people in residence, and you get a sense of landscape. So now these buildings are in a relationship with each other. Architecture has an important job to do. We humans need a relationship with time and a relationship with the past. All art, all good art, is in a conversation with the past. And so should architecture be in a conversation with the past. It needs to be place-specific. There's a film made about Todd's work on the island called Strange and Familiar, because that's what people said about these studios. They're strange, but they're familiar. And so I think that means he got a home run. So once the studios were finished, we got busy on the inn, which is a bigger scale thing. And of course, it took us, like it being Fogo Island, it took us 7 years to talk about it and 3 years to build it, and lots of conversations. And I really wanted the federal government of Canada and the government of Newfoundland to participate. And ultimately they did. So 80% of it was, of all these projects, was money that was private money coming through the charity, and 10% was from the province and 10% was from the federal government. But the first letter we got back when we asked them for support said this: that it wasn't normal, practical, reasonable, or rational to do such a project in such a place. Now, I came out of the tech world. When someone tells me something is not reasonable, I think we're onto something. Be very careful when someone says it's not rational. All the best things that have ever been done in the world do not seem to be rational at the outset. We've been building things like this. Is this reasonable or rational? Absolutely not. And so there's nothing in our culture that is. So we pressed on, and to their great credit, they ultimately did partner with us, so we got busy. That's actually Todd Saunders there. None of us had ever done anything of this scale. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever done in my life, and I would never do it again. It's actually not that big a building, but for us, it was an enormous project. It's about, I don't know it in meters, but the building's 40,000 square feet. Somebody has to convert that for me. Anyway, the building is a metaphor because it's an X plan like this. So it captures the ands, the relational nature of life. It's about the past. It's about the future. It's for people who live here all the time, and for people who, as one woman said, oh, the visitors, they're like people who are temporarily without a home. So we think about the inn as their home because they're temporarily without a home. But it tries to hold the ends of life. And of all the things that written about the inn, this is the one that means the most to us. It is an act of culture. Okay, we all know this to be true. This next photograph is not from Fogo Island. I just put it up to say, why do we build this? Now, maybe here you don't build this stuff. I can tell you all over North America, we build this. It brings no joy. I can tell you the economic model that gives rise to it. The payback period on this stuff is probably 5 years. And in 20 years, it's going to the landfill. So we just have to stop doing that. I love the work of a fellow, he was an urban planner who came from South Korea to the US, Gil Chin Lim. He coined this phrase, humanistic globalization. It's of course globalization. It's not like, we're not going backwards. And we just have to do it differently. And how do we create a global network of intensely local places? And that is what we can do in the work that we do. And there it is, all done. We thought, once we had the building figured out, that we could maybe sleep at night. And then we were working with a London-based designer named Ilse Crawford, who is brilliant. And Ilse said, you cannot create an inn that's meant to reactivate traditional skills and culture and then buy furniture from Italy. Like, that just makes no sense. You're going to have to make it. So then we started into really the most complicated part of the project, which was the design of the inside. So I should have said earlier that the inn has 29 rooms, but if you're counting, there are 30 there. But it has 29 rooms. When we were trying to decide how many rooms, of course, conventional wisdom in making your business model is it costs so much to create the core of an inn, like all of the building systems and all of that, that you hang as many rooms off it as you can. And one woman said, well, she said, we're 2,500 people. We can only love so many people at a time. And so we settled on 29. We actually settled on 30, but then we realized that it wasn't a prime number. We really like prime numbers. You know, prime numbers are open, right? It's an open posture. There's always room for another. So it's 29 rooms. And really the whole project is kind of captured in this poem by a New Zealander, which is, we're trying to reconcile the relationship between local and global. It's an and. We just have to belong, the locals have to belong differently. They have to belong in a way that has local agency in it. The answer to everything can also be found in a poem. That's true. So anyway, we've been building boats like this for hundreds of years. So we invited a number of designers from around the world, actually quite a number from Nordic countries, I have to say, who came and did residencies, were matched up with local makers, and out of that came all of the objects in the inn. Jim Edwards knows more about wood than almost anyone in the world, I think, and boat builders like Aidan. Meetings were like this. This is Elaine Fortin, she's from Montreal. She designed the chair, which is kind of the rock star of the collection. The legs of that chair grew out of the ground that way. So if you were a tree on Fogo Island, and we have many, you would make the decision to stay underground as long as possible. And so they grow underground, and when they make the big turn up, that is the stem of a boat. And so you see Elaine's chair, the obvious relationship between the chair and the boat. And I want to pause on this chair for a minute. Consumerism is not that we love things. It's that we don't love things. And that's why they go to the landfill. We don't love things that are anonymous, that are not built on relationships or any that we know. I think part of what we need a different kind of consumerism, which is that we do love things. If we come home at the end of a day to a whole bunch of objects, we don't know where they came from. We don't know what system they came out of. We don't know who made them, and we don't know where the money went. That doesn't bring us a lot of joy. And so I think it's not about going backwards, but it's about taking the anonymity out of the system, because we are meaning-making machines, we humans. And objects can help us make meaning if we ask them. People like Lillian, who we spent a lot of time in the... What I should have said is in 1992, there was a moratorium on the fishing of cod. And we're still under that moratorium in Newfoundland and Labrador. So we felt we were living in a fracture zone of losing the culture altogether. Because if you're in your 40s as a Fogo Islander, you don't remember the inshore fishery. And so we knew that our job in the present was to recover as much of that knowledge, hang on to what we have, and build it into something new. So people like Lillian, we were like detectives in our own pasts, going back through to try and understand, how did people build? What was their attitude to color? Why did they do things this way? We have... Okay, thank you. Now I'm really going to go fast. People like Phyllis, who can make anything out of textiles. And so that's how we made the inn. It's a handmade building. We made all the objects. If we couldn't make the things, we bought them from as close to home as possible, so that we reduced the carbon footprint. Wallpaper was an opportunity to tell stories. Why would we take wallpaper from somewhere else? There's a library, a cinema, which is a partnership with the National Film Board of Canada, building on that relationship. And for food, Newfoundland and Labrador doesn't have a big reputation for food, but it turns out we have almost everything you could possibly want. And I think here you've had a bit of a food revolution in recent years as well. These are partridge berries. I think you call them lingonberries on this side of the ocean. And this is a little dining shed. Again, same architect, Todd Saunders, sits slightly on the landscape. Sometimes we eat outside on nice days like that. This is, I think, the problem we have to solve, is the quality of our awareness is very poor. It's very hard to understand what's going on. It's very hard to understand how do we affect change. And so we became very obsessed with this. In my lifetime, we got labeling on food. I don't know why we chose tea. There's nothing in tea except a little bit of salt. We use the same format because that's already in our brains, and we do what we call economic nutrition labeling. For everything we sell, we simply tell you where the money goes. We humans can do this, and I think the next time you go in to buy something, ask the seller if they have the economic nutrition label, and of course they won't. But at least it'll cost them to ask, what is that? This is what I want to spend the rest of my life figuring out how to do, is how do we get this rolled out? And so in the case of the inn, 49% of what you spend to stay there, which is not a small amount of money, goes to the people who work there. In the typical hotel world, it's 30%. And so obviously we're in the middle of a labor revolution that's overdue. So let me tell you geographically where the money goes. And we do this whole, we could talk about seasonality, but I know there's a workshop on that. This is the name of an art show that was just, and there was a publication that I love the title of it, Everything Passes Except the Past. We've been involved in a number, as the foundation, in a number of restorations of heritage properties. All of my life, buildings like this have been falling down. If you get up in the morning and your important buildings are falling down, you don't have a very optimistic view of the future. So we were really taken with how to restore them. This is now that making of all that furniture turned into a business. And we also do economic nutrition labeling for that business. We have a whole set of initiatives that have to do with our relationship with the ocean. We started a little handline business to build a market for handline cod, because as they come back, we need to have a proper market so it's not being sold for dog food, which used to happen in the past when it was an industrial fishery. We paid a fisherman twice what they would normally get, and I think if my father has been long dead, but he would be very happy about the 69% going back to Fogo Island for the fish that we take to Toronto. And there are no intermediaries. We take it there directly. And so this is like turning money into fish. These are other projects that we have on the go to renovate this into an art space, and this old school into a food center. There's too much to talk about, an architecture project around domestic dwellings. I also try not to use the word sustainability because it kind of makes people think that it's done. I like this, though. An acceptance of precariousness is a prerequisite to permanence. And it's precarious. I'm not going to go over all this. I think I've said it, but the unit of change is community. We can't save every person one by one. There are just too many of us. But if we take care of our communities, the communities can take care of each of us. Business is a tool of community and should be used that way. And when I say community, I mean physical places where we all live in some kind of a tangle with each other. Doesn't mean we like each other, but we have to muck along together somehow. And there's a Harvard business case about our work, which you can find online, but about the sort of methodology that we used. So this is clearly what we all have to figure out how to do. How do we reintegrate communities into the economy? And it's going to take a systemic tilt to do that. The problem with communities, I know you all know it because you are from small places mostly, they are self-canceling. They're like, we do not have the architecture for proper collaboration. You know, you want to do something and I don't go along because I never liked your mother in the first place. You know, this is the kind of stuff that happens. And, you know, we have municipal governments that have, you know, narrow views on things. And so we need to grow some new platforms for how to collaborate together around our economy. If you want to play bingo and you want to go to church and that's all fine, that's different. But at the very least, we have to be coherent economic actors. We are in the middle of a pilot project now around strengthening community economies. It's framed in this book, which I highly recommend. He's an economist at the University of Chicago, and he basically says, human societies rest on 3 pillars, except these 3 pillars all operate like silos. And that was the other thing Andrew Potter says in his book. He said the biggest problem is we've got to grow the architecture for collaboration across pillars. So we've partnered, when I say communities, by the way, it includes cities. It doesn't just mean small places. Toronto is a city made up of communities that are called neighborhoods. And because we can't love the whole thing at once. These are our partners. So we're going to get to Elinor Ostrom. You spoke about her. She won the Nobel Prize, I think, in the early 2000s. And what is known as Ostrom's law is that which is possible in practice is possible in theory, because she couldn't figure out how to disprove the tragedy of the commons in theory. She proved it by doing all these case studies. This is what we're focused on in our pilot project, which we want to grow into a virtual network, attracting and retaining capital in communities, building capacity at the community level, data. We don't have community level data, so we don't even know how we're doing, and building these governance structures. Okay, I'm going to leave you with a question. If you could have something put on a t-shirt, that every person on the planet would get one of these t-shirts in their own language, could be a drawing if you like. You don't have to answer it now because I'm way over time. But I've been thinking about this question, so this is what I would put. It matters who owns what, because owners determine the business model and the business models determine the outcome. And a quote from Jane Addams to finish it. And that really is it. Sorry, I took more time than I... It's like, oh, it's all planned. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting. Anyone who wants to know more or ask or comment on Sida's presentation? Or did she say it all? Yes, one. Like we can take 5-10 minutes actually.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's say that. We'll just take it off the next.
There you go. Thank you, Sita, for the presentation. It was really inspiring. I'm Dagmar from Visit Estonia, also a very small country, a small community. The modeling thing really works. We see it on our small country as well. I got really curious of how many people are in the business thinking team of the island. Because you brought out so many different projects there that are actually going on. So have you handed them off to like owners, or are they in your team, or how does it work?
SureFast started 4 businesses, and we also have something called a business assistance fund. So we gave micro loans, like up to 20,000 Canadian dollars, to other people to start businesses. So we're trying to be like an electric eel in the pond that activates. And do you know that the kids' rhyme is an English rhyme? Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed to see such sport, and the dish ran away with the spoon. And so we have to take back the economy. You have to take it back if you've lost it where you live too. And to take back the economy, we do need to have more people that understand how business works. And this is not complicated things. Like business skills are easy, some of the easiest ones to acquire. And entrepreneurs aren't people, who fall out of the sky, are special humans. They're just people who want to do something. And so I think that level of entrepreneurship, I don't believe in getting behind one entrepreneur. I think we can create entrepreneurial communities, because it kind of just means communities that are awake and paying attention to what's going on with their economy, so the dish doesn't run away with the spoon.
How big is the team who manages this 4 businesses, and what are the 4 businesses?
The furniture shop, the hand-line cod business, and an ice cream business, because we have 26 kinds of edible berries that are all looking to be elevated in value. So everybody likes ice cream.
Amazing, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? It matters who owns what. Does it ring a bell anywhere? Yeah.
It rings a bell, but that was not what I was going to say.
We're not going to go there.
Thank you for a really very interesting presentation. We could have gone on for the rest of the day probably. I'm thinking about what kind of reception you got when you came back to sort of save the community? Was everybody on board immediately? How did that process go?
I never think about it as saving, because Fogo Island, we've been hanging on for a very long time. I think that when I came home at first, because we started with contemporary art, as one man said, he said, I don't think you came home to make things worse, but what does art have to do with the price of fish? And so in the beginning, I think it was maybe hard to kind of understand the priorities we had. But this mayor, the one that I talked about, who told me I better go learn about ABCD, also said, cautioned me around speed. And so we actually went quite slow. And when people were carpenters were building the studios, I knew it was going to be okay when they were bringing out their families on Sunday afternoon to see the studios. And so there were a million conversations. Like we argued for 3 weeks about what is Fogo Island pink. But I would say this, for anyone that's getting involved in community economic development, it's a good opportunity to practice your patience. And nothing in the business world prepares you for that. And everything is Gaussian, you know, the normal distribution. So I would say when we started, 10% of the people thought, this is the worst thing I ever heard. And they probably still think that. 10% thought, this is the best thing I ever heard. And they probably work with us to this day. And the other 80% thought, I don't know, is it really going to happen? Is she really serious about this? And what does it have to do with me? And whatever. And over time, what's happened, and this was, again, having that mayor who really understood how to do community economic development, the curve shifted to the right because the 10% here stayed strong and behind a project. And then as people started to understand it and find their own place in it. But, you know, it's a second leg on the economy. It complements the fishery. And one thing I also want to say about when I was starting, I knew nothing about this thing called tourism, but I read that there are 2 preconditions you must have for any tourism project to be considered sustainable. That word, that we need a better word than that. And the 2 preconditions are, and Anna, maybe I learned this from you. Number 1, it cannot be your only industry. If it's your only industry, you're going to have your granny selling trinkets on the corner, and you're going to die in a cliche of your own making. Because culture is not something that we have, right? It's something that we do. So that's number 1. And number 2, the scale has to be right for the size of the place. So that's a very long way of saying it was a lot of conversations, you know, that, oh yeah, the mayor also said, and remember, he said you have 2 ears, and in one ear, you should hear good things, and in the other ear, you should be slightly deaf.
That's a good point. Yes? Kom toe bare utøyna, ja, så blir halt jeg
Tak. My name is Kristján Halldórsson and I work for the Regional Development Institute in Iceland. Sita, thank you for a very interesting lecture or presentation. In my work, I work with the small communities in Iceland, the rural ones that have problems in thriving. So my question is, what is the value of helping such communities to thrive for the future?
So the question is, what is the value of small communities? Well, they have no value unless you value culture. And I think that people who live in specific places, they have a knowledge of nature from lived experience. And that knowledge, even though we can't necessarily point to its economic value in an easy way, we just have to believe that it has inherent value. And I believe that. And I believe every small place, because it's, even though you might be 1 fjord away, it's very different. They have a different experience of the wind over there. They know nature differently. That has inherent value, and I don't think that can be proved. It's like one of the things that makes me crazy sometimes is people ask me about art, because we've invested so heavily in art, to say, you know, what is the value of that? Well, what's the value of a human life? To me, these are all sacred things that just have inherent value. As I said earlier, I think the only community that has no value is the one that no one loves. And I do think that we can make economic underpinnings, and I don't mean, government handouts, economic underpinnings under every community, especially now we have the technology, they can participate in the global economy in a different way. So I think it has value in that way. And also, we don't want to empty out all of Newfoundland and Labrador and have us all live in St. John's. I think we'd all just get a little bit dumber because we would have lost their knowledge of nature.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sita Kopp. Okay. So just before you go out to the workshops, some of you have asked, and the presentations are going to be available somehow on the your site. Where? Yeah. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. But you're gonna find them later on after the conference is finished. So now, all of you just go out to your wherever you want to be, and the local involvement is here. And the two others, best practices and seasonality, are going downstairs. And you have until 3 o'clock first, and then you have coffee and fruits, and then again from 3:15 till 4:15.